Good afternoon. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the school board meeting this Tuesday, April 4th, 2023. Can we have quiet in the chambers, please? The public is encouraged and welcome to address the school board at the hearing of citizens. If everyone's quiet, you should be able to hear me, or if not, communications team will louden the microphone. Thank you. The public is encouraged and welcome to address the school board at the hearing of citizens. The board clerk, Kathy Tompkins, collects the cards for a hearing of citizens and is over to my left. Once the hearing of citizens begins, no more cards will be collected. Currently, we have 85 cards, which is putting us about 4.5 hours. I will call you forward at the appropriate time. Today, our student representative is Natalie Calero Watson and will lead us in the pledge. Please stand and welcome Riverview High School JROTC. Yes.
Mark time. March. Colors. Halt. Right. Face. Present. Arms.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Arms. Left. Face. Forward. March.
Thank you, JROTC from Riverview High School. Please have a seat and enjoy the Sarasota Middle School Joyful Voices 8th grade select ensemble singing Give Us Hope. Choral director is Nadia Sawa and principal is Jennifer Nzeza.
Listen to the sound of my voice. Can you feel the beat of my heart? Listen to the questions I have. Listen to me. It's all very simple to see what we need. Give us hope. My voice is calling. Can you see? Look in my eyes. Can you feel? My hand is reaching. Give us hope and we'll show you the way. Listen to the sound of my voice. Can you feel the beat of my heart? Listen to the questions I have. Listen to me. We are the future. Help us believe. Give us hope. My voice is calling. Can you see? Look in my eyes. Can you feel? My hand is reaching. Give us hope and we'll show you the way. the way, show you the way, show you the way.
Thank you so much, ladies. That was beautiful and very refreshing. I would like to introduce our student representative, Natalie Calero Watson from Riverview High School. Welcome. It is nice to have you today.
Hello.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hi, my name is Natalie. I'm a senior at Riverview High School. Currently, I'm involved in JFG, which is the Jobs for Future Graduates. And I plan on attending FGCU or Florida Gulf Coast University next year, majoring in marketing.
Wonderful. Well, as mentioned, we provided you with a certificate of appreciation, and we are very happy for you to join us tonight. As mentioned, we have a lot of public comment, so we completely understand. You're welcome to stay. However, if you want to leave early, you are more than welcome to as well. But thank you again, and best of luck to all your endeavors with graduation right around the corner.
Thank you.
Moving on to special presentations. This afternoon, we have many high school athletes to recognize. Would James Slayton please approach the podium to start the presentation?
We've come together to recognize the amazing state championship accomplishments of the Sarasota High boys swim team, the Riverview High girls swim team, and also an individual boys state champion golfer from Riverview. I'd like to thank Superintendent Foster, the school board, attorney Mr. Duggan, for realizing the importance of recognizing these great accomplishments by our district's athletic teams and individual student athletes. These fine students at Sarasota and Riverview exhibit the very characteristics that our district desires from all of our student athletes. And that is to be the best citizens, students, and athletes they can possibly be. And I think you'll see today they represent very well. At this time, we're going to have Sarasota High come up. I want to thank Sarasota High School Principal David Jones, Athletic Director Shane Ollis, and Assistant Principal over Athletics Robin Livingston for all their support at Sarasota High and efforts to make Sarasota High athletics great. And at this time, the head swim coach, Coach Eckhart, will come speak.
Thank you. Just want to take a moment and echo Mr. Slayton's thank yous as well to Dr. Foster and the board for having us here and taking a moment to recognize us. It's pretty special staying up here for the third year in a row as state champions here as our men's team. This year was especially different and special because we actually had individuals and a relay team win a state title this year, which is actually a first for us in this 3-year run. So those of you that don't know what a relay is, it's when 4 athletes swim together and they kind of pass a baton similar to you would see in track and field. So having 4 athletes come together and win a state title is a very special and fun and exciting part of the meet. Individually, or excuse me, on that relay team, we had 2 of our seniors, Evan Keogh and Liam Heary, Will. And then Ethan Uwe and Lucas Simon. And then individually, Liam Heary also won the 100 butterfly and 100 breaststroke. So we have a very sizable senior class graduating. It's always tough to have seniors move on, but as we've seen these past 3 years, the younger athletes keep stepping up, so we'll be excited to see what they can do in the years to come. So I'm just going to take a moment here and have them come up and congratulate them. Luca Simon. Drew Vandenhoevel. Victor Izquierdo. Ethan Uy. Bogdan Zeverev. Liam Heary. Evan Keogh. Alex Malaj. Daniel Keegan. And Casey Ayton. You're on the list. And Elias Korn. Sorry about that. I don't know how that missed.
You guys can squeeze them together and maybe take a couple steps back. And school board members, you just kind of come in the middle, that would be great. And even though Sarasota and Riverview are great rivals, today we're coming together to celebrate together. So an awesome having both of you all here. And at this time, we'll talk about Riverview High School. I want to thank Riverview High School Principal Aaron Hoy, Athletic Director Rod Dragish, Assistant Principal Jay Lorenz for all their support and efforts in making Riverview High athletics great. And at this time, we'll have Coach Sprague, our boys golf coach, legendary Coach Sprague, come up and speak to us. Coach Sprague, I think, has retired 3 times over 40 years, and he's still going. Still going.
I totally recommend being retired. The state of Florida golf tournament set up 1A, 2A, and 3A. Obviously, the state of Florida probably has, has as good a golfers as any state in this union, hands down. And Axel Moe won the state championship individually. He beat the 1A, the 2A, and the 3A, beat everybody in the state, and shot the best score this year in the state of Florida. That's unbelievable. And he did that by overcoming my poor coaching. He, especially young man, 4-0, he's want to go into international law, so he's going to take his scholarship to George Washington University. Pretty strong. Mom and Dad, real quick, and I hope you student athletes understand this. This doesn't happen without good parents. You guys either. All those trips to the pool and all that. These 2 parents are all in and really special. He's had a lot of goals in his life. And the one thing that's good about Axel is his goals. He gets upset. He keeps it in himself. He figures out what he needs to do. He corrects a mistake, and he moves on. I think Riverview High's had tremendous state champions, teams in golf. We've never had a single state champion. This is the first one this county, I think, has ever had in the public school. For boys, yeah. For boys. Oh, stop. Guy had 1 player, but anyway, Axel Moe. Come on up, Axel.
Stand up there, and we'll have the swimmers come up next. Okay. You can go stand with him.
All right, there you go.
Wait right here.
Yep.
And then last, definitely not least, we'll recognize the Riverview High School Girls Swimming State Championship team, and Coach Burning will come speak to us.
Hello. Thank you very much for having us. This is the second year in a row that our girls have been state champions for the FHSAA 4A. It's a prestigious thing to accomplish. It's hard enough to do, but to do back-to-back in 4A is extremely difficult. It's a very special group of girls that we have. We actually only graduate one girl this year, so we're actually extremely excited about what we can do in the next couple of years. Just a few highlights from this season. Our girls were district champions, region champions, and state champions. They actually scored the most points in FHSAA history at the state meet. We had 11 girls score individually, which is our largest number in a very long time. We had individual state champions Bailey O'Regan in the 500 freestyle, Addison Sawicki in the 200 free and the 100 free, and Gracie Wyant in the 200 IM and the 100 breaststroke. We also had two relays that were relay state champions. In the 400 freestyle relay, Addison Sawicki, Bree Deerline, Bailey O'Regan, and Gracie Wyant were champions. And we also had our 200 medley relay of Taylor Schwenk, Gracie Wyant, Addie Sawicki, and Bailey O'Regan broke the FHSA state record. So at this time, I'd like to call them up individually and have them come receive their certificates. Jessica Roby. Ginger Thomas. Danica Ayton. Ridley O'Regan. Taylor Schwenk. Claire Custer. Gracie Wyant. Peyton Ross. Addison Sawicki. Lolly Milbaum. Bailey O'Regan. Riley Leach. Bree Deerline. And Shelby Villamere.
Congratulations to all our amazing athletes, and thank you, Mr. Slayton. Moving on to the superintendent's report.
All right.
If you want to wait, probably just a second. All the medals. They're bling.
And I want to, once again, I know they're all just exiting the room. Once again, congratulate all our student athletes. It's great to be able to celebrate their success, golfers and swimmers. And having been a swimmer for 6 years for the Sharks, I know the time and commitment that they put in on the pool deck and in the pool. So just want to congratulate them and also our golfer as well. So couple things in our report this evening. First of all, I want to share that third quarter report cards will be available after 5 p.m. this evening on the Family Access Portal. A link to the portal is available under the Parents and Students button on this district website. If you do not have a portal account, a copy of your child's report card will be sent home beginning Wednesday, April 12th. Also want to share SCS Cares program is an opportunity for parents, teachers, staff members, and community members to recognize Sarasota County employees for going above and beyond to help others and show they care. Please visit the district website for more information and to submit a Cares entry today. This Friday, we have a mini break. There will be no school for students this Friday. And for employees, that includes 186, 196, and 220-day staff will also have Friday off. I also would like to congratulate, I know last meeting we congratulated our budget team, and this time I'd like to congratulate our finance team for receiving the Association of School Business Officials International Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting Award for the 2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. As shared by the manager of the recognitions program, our district's participation in this program for 18 years is a testament to our district's commitment to transparency and high-quality financial reporting. And finally, with about 7.5 weeks left of the school year, I just want to share our students and teachers are working really hard to finish out the year. We're gearing up for our final testing and all of the end-of-the-year activities. I want to thank our students, teachers, and staff for all of their hard work. And as demonstrated by our presentations here this evening, seeing the athletes and our singers this evening, there's so many great things happening in our schools and in our classrooms with all of the different activities. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody that's making that happen. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're moving on to the hearing of citizens. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. When the timer flashes yellow, 1 minute remains, and you'll need to begin to summarize. You must stop speaking when the buzzer rings. Please note that the respect for divergent viewpoints and civility will be shown at every board meeting. Whether you agree or disagree with the speaker, you should listen politely and respectfully without making any sounds of approval or disapproval, including clapping. If you feel very passionate about the statement, you can wave your hands. I recognize there's a lot of passion and emotion with the decisions that come before this board and the impact that they have on our students, families, staff, and community. As such, I believe it is important that we afford the opportunity for every speaker to be heard. Any comments, to my fellow board members, any comments during hearing of citizens that you would like to respond to will take place at the conclusion of public comment. My request is that when you respond, you keep it to the issues that have been brought forward and refrain from directing it to any individual of the public. Per statute 1001.372, parent 3, anyone causing a disruption will first be given a warning, and if the conduct does not stop, you will be removed from the chambers. I'm going to note also, I know that we have a lot of speakers, so I have a couple notes. We did take item number 17, moved off of new business, and it's moved to the next agenda meeting. That's for Vermilion, that has a revised contract. So just wanted to note that. And the other part is that I want to note two things. So, with perfect example. So, I want to hear everyone, and we're not going to allow a very disruptive audience. So if there's booing or anything like that, each time I will just adjourn the meeting. I'll walk away. We'll take 5 minutes. We could be here all night, but I think it's important to afford everyone the opportunity to speak and to be heard. And we will welcome you when we call your name. But again, if there's any disruptions from the audience or individuals preventing someone from being heard when it's their time, I will just adjourn the meeting and we'll take 5-minute recesses each time. Finally, I will note that when it comes to public comment, I recognize there are a diverse set of opinions. The challenge right now is that one person finds offensive, the other person thinks it's speaking the truth, and vice versa. I'm not saying, and I don't believe any of the board members up here support any of those statements. I cannot say one or the other, but it's our opportunity to hear from them. But if we are starting to shut down one, we have to shut down all, and I can promise you that litmus test is a lot harder than I think some of people would like it to be. So I am going to, again, if there are any threats of violence or any profane language, we will not tolerate that. We hope that everyone will respect that this is your opportunity. We are here to listen to you, and we welcome your thoughts, but please be respectful of each person speaking, and we will get through this. So starting with Christy Carwat and Lisa Schur, and my apologies in advance if I do not pronounce your name correctly.
Good afternoon. I am Christy Carwat, a teacher and a 41-year resident of Sarasota. I'm here to speak about a couple of things. First, I want to commend Mr. Edwards for leaving the last meeting when the chair failed to fulfill her responsibility of ensuring that, according to school board rules, all guest speakers conduct themselves in a manner in which all our students would be proud. Perhaps the students at the private school the chair's children attend would be proud of the manner in which Ms. Nesta and Ms. Bakandi have conducted themselves in this chamber, but I know my public school students would not have. Second, I'm here to speak against any consideration of hiring Vermilion, a company led by Jordan Adams of Hillsdale College, which has only been around for 3 months and has no proven track record. In the last meeting, Mrs. Ziegler said that Adams no longer worked for Hillsdale. Yet an article published in the Washington Examiner on March 1st of this year said that Adams is the interim director of curriculum for Hillsdale College K-12 education. What is the truth, Mrs. Ziegler? Does Adams work for Hillsdale or does he not? Speaking of Hillsdale College, it is an ultra-conservative Christian college which wants to reshape public education by glorifying American history and minimizing unpleasant episodes like slavery and brutality towards Black and Indigenous people. It has also developed a civics curriculum that is whitewashed and inaccurate. I know this firsthand because I attended last summer's civics workshop for teachers in which Hillsdale played a major role. Don't we owe it to our students to teach them the truth about our past, whether the truth is pleasant or unpleasant? I recently read an article by Hillsdale's Jordan Adams, which, as a social studies teacher, I found quite disturbing. He accused historians and teachers of not sharing the love for America's story with their students, and even said that they did not have their students uppermost in mind. It's not the job of a history teacher to teach their students to love the story. The job of a teacher is to present the facts and teach the students to think critically so that they can form their own conclusions. But how can students do this if they're not given all of the facts? If this board chair honestly wanted to root out the ideological rot, then why would she even consider hiring a company that is based upon a specific ideology and is led by a biased individual who speaks so negatively about teachers? Furthermore, how can she consider for this position a person who has less than 10 years' experience in education, none of which has been in public school setting? Unlike those on the board, I have spent my entire career on the front lines of education, in the classroom, and I have had children who attended Sarasota public schools K-12. Furthermore, I am a proud Christian, but one who supports the constitutional principle of separation of church and state. Thus, I'm completely opposed to anything or anyone associated with Hillsdale College which promotes conservative Christian theology.
Thank you. Oh. Okay, and that's my one warning. If we go into clapping, I'm sorry, really, I really want to hear everyone. I think everyone up here wants to hear everyone. But if we're going to have outbursts, then we'll just recess for 5 minutes and then we'll come back. So, Mrs. Schur, and then Sue Maloney.
Hi, my name is Lisa Schur. I'm the parent of a student in the district, and I'm also the co-founder of Supporter Schools. Firstly, I'd like to apologize for my outburst during the workshop. I'm afraid that old adage, I don't know if you lie down with dogs, you get fleas or you get mange, but I'm afraid the atmosphere in these board meetings has gotten to me, so my apologies to everyone. The biggest problem, I guess, is I'm having a hard time understanding what's acceptable and one isn't. It's okay to call a gay person a pedophile, apparently, but you can't say bad words. So if I said #T, that's bad, but I can call Tom a pedophile. But I got that down, so we're good now. I support Tom Edwards, and I stand against the hate and vitriol that has appeared at the last 2 board meetings. I don't know why certain people have such an obsession against people with different sexual orientations. I happen to be born heterosexual. Didn't choose it, just happened. Mrs. Ziegler, how is it that you have gone from being, as you stated, one of the biggest supporters of the LGBTQ community to posting photos of yourself on social media mocking transgendered people? You're a mother of 3 children. LGBTQ people have mothers. There's a possibility that one of your children may turn out to be LGBTQ. Think a little harder next time. Since we're all concerned about educational outcomes, can this board please explain to all of us assembled here and watching online why a decision was apparently made? And we don't, this is all hearsay because you haven't bothered to announce any of this, not that we would trust you. Why a decision was apparently made to cut all the pre-K programming at our Title I schools. And why are we cutting off early morning drop-off for working parents? Why hasn't the decision-making process around this been made public? My understanding is that there are ESSER funds available for next year. If they're not, we better find some more money. Because this is where, I'm not a teacher, but I've heard Mrs. Marinelli and Mrs. Rose, who have decades between the 2 of them, and who are experts in this area, say that it's very important to start out right. I guess I look at equity like this. If a kid starts kindergarten already behind the pack, he has to run twice as fast to get caught up. So why aren't we concentrating our efforts at the pre-K level? As for Vermillion, it is what it is. We'll see how that shakes out. But I've said this on multiple occasions. If anybody here, anybody wants to put their kids in a public school or a charter school, that's your right as a parent. That's what parental rights are about. But you don't have the right to shove the Hillsdale curriculum down the throats of public school students. Thank you.
Sue Maloney and Cindy Dickey.
This new school board has made rash financial decisions over the past 4 months. First, they forced Dr. Asplin to retire, resulting in a $170,000 severance package. Then they spent $32,000 on a firm to locate suitable superintendent candidates. When those candidates are found, our district will have to pay for travel and lodging to bring them here to visit our district and be interviewed by our school board members. That's a total of approximately $230,000. And none of these expenses were included in this year's budget. So where is that money coming from to pay for them? Now Mrs. Ziegler wants the board to spend even more money on hiring Jordan Adams, a longtime Hillsdale College employee. The 2 contracts will give him ultimate control over many important educational decisions that have always been made before by either the school board or district staff. The first contract will pay him $4,820 per month for an undetermined number of months, and the second contract has no amount listed on it yet. When is our school board going to focus instead on another looming financial crisis for our district? Paying for an $8,000 voucher for each student who chooses to attend a private school next year or do homeschooling. What programs currently offered by our district will have to be cut to pay for all of these vouchers? Possibilities are pre-K classes, sports programs, perhaps bus transportation. We don't know because our school board hasn't made comments yet on those. Parents and everyone in our district deserve an answer to that question.
Thank you. Michael Weddle and then Barbara Vaughn.
Were you next? Oh.
Hi, my name is Cindy Dickey. I'm a retired school board employee. I've had 3 children that have graduated from Sarasota County Schools, and this board is atrocious. I want to applaud all the students that were here today, and I hope that you listened to the song that they sang. That's why you're here, for the students, not for any political issue, but for the students. They should be coming first and foremost, nothing else. It's apparent why some of the board members are here, and it's not for the students. They have their own political agenda, the ones that are here on a daily basis. I also feel like no consulting firms, Vermilion or any other one, should be hired until a new superintendent is in place. And picking the new superintendent should involve students, the community, parents, and staff members. It should not just be the board. That's it.
Thank you. Barbara Vaughn, Dr. Jill Bressler.
I'm Mike Weddle. President Harvey couldn't be here today, and I'm giving a statement on behalf of the Sarasota NAACP Executive Committee. Many of our members are teachers or retired teachers. I've been a teacher. Our natural instinct is to give those who choose a career in education the benefit of the doubt. But when our children are at risk, we need to stand together to protect them, and this is especially true for this board. Whether we are a leader or a follower, or introvert or an extrovert, we have to step up, do our duty, and stand up for them. Hillsdale College has been called both highly ranked and second rate. I don't know, some college ranking systems won't even include them because they refuse to give data on diversity. We know they've had some challenges with the caliber of their people, that's clear. So what about this Hillsdale startup called Vermilion? The registered agent, I believe he made a surprise meeting at your work session today. He came to Florida last year to tell us that math books threaten white people. Why? This is not a stupid person. What's the agenda here? We look at his colleague, a Hillsdale professor, who teaches that white people are oppressed in America by black people and black privilege. That's his term. What do these people lack? Is it intellectual honesty or intellectual curiosity? To them, 99% of the Fortune 500 CEOs who are white are oppressed by African Americans. What influence will this anti-intellectualism have on our schools here? Anti-Semitism, perhaps? The state-sponsored religion that they advocate is for a small c Christian religion, including in schools, in the image of Hillsdale's small c Christianity not found in any Bible. Anti-black? The Hillsdale, Florida civics curriculum says slavery was never a big deal in the American colonies, less than 4% of slavery. It doesn't take much intellectual curiosity to know that America became a world power because of the economic engine of black labor. Our largest banks that deny loans to black people today got their start by repossessing African American people as collateral on loans. And the largest insurance companies today that deny claims got their start by insuring human cargo. Please do not let these people come into our schools and anywhere near our children. When our governor tells black children that their history, quote, has no value, unquote, what they hear is that they have no value. And bringing small c Vermilion into our schools sends the same message. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Vaughn and then Dr. Jill Bressler.
Good afternoon, board members and audience members. As you know, I normally take my time to pray. I'm going to divide my time today because there are some things I want to say first. I first appeared before this school board about 12 years ago, and while I was speaking, Jane Goodwin and Shirley Brown spent the entire time looking on their computers and motioning to each other. Neither of them even looked at me while I was speaking. So I kind of figured out after that that I knew where this board stood, and I was wasting my time trying to talk to them. Well, during COVID, friends of mine persuaded me to try again. And so I did. But I didn't want to speak. I wanted to pray because I thought that's what this audience needed the most was prayer. But Shirley Brown came out of her chair screaming at me, "You can't do that. There's no praying allowed in here." And the next time I came and I started praying, she got up and left the room. The school board has changed a lot since then because myself and people like me who had watched as this school board, like a lot of boards in our community and in our country, had gotten pushed so far to the left, we didn't think we'd ever move that pendulum back again. But we started trying harder than ever. Conservatives are not fighters. We are peace-loving people. But you can push us just so far, and then we start pushing back. And that's what's happened now. And we managed to get 3 people on a board that had been 3-2 on the left for, 15 years. And now we're 4-1. And now that you're losing, you all show up and you can't imagine what has happened because you're no longer in power. You're no longer winning. And you're not going to, because there are a lot of us in this county who have become awakened, not woke, but awakened to what's been going on, and we're fighting back. Next election, you're probably going to see a vote of 5-0. That's what we're working for. And Father God, I ask you from the bottom of my heart to fill the hearts of these people here, particularly those who distrust you and won't worship you. I do worship you, Lord.
Barbara, thank you so much. Dr. Jill Bressler, Lila Newcomb.
Quite an act to follow. I would like to speak to you as a psychologist who works with children and families. I had a lot of things to say until I heard the students sing. And what they said was, "Give us hope, show us the way, look in our eyes." That means, hope means to expect with confidence. Confidence comes from knowledge of self, which you are keeping them from learning, knowledge of others, which is being denied, and developing critical thinking. It does not come from being denied information, banned books, censorship, and a thinly veiled religious indoctrination. Please, please do your jobs and do not deceive us with your authoritarian takeover.
Thank you. Lila Newcomb and Vicki Nicewander.
Hi, Leela Newcomb, grandma of 3 in Sarasota Public Schools. Up until lately, I've been coming to these meetings with optimism, hoping that I could be somewhat of a positive influence toward everyone forgetting their differences and working together. That dream's fading away, I'm sorry to say. I keep hearing about parental rights, the mantra of most of you folks up there. Where are those exactly? Curriculums have been gutted, books banned or challenged. Did anyone ask all of the parents about these things? Oh, right, it's about woke ideology, bad word, whatever that even means. Maybe it's about diversity and inclusion, more so-called bad words. It seems to me that what you actually want to ban or change are people that are not like yourselves, their history, their culture, their genetic differences. Is this what you meant by getting the rot out of K-12 schools? What is the rot? This is not freedom, it's suppression. Now, A news flash has come in. A judge just declared DeSantis's anti-woke law unconstitutional. A little sanity is rearing its welcome head. Maybe you guys should start reconsidering a couple of things here and there. Top of that list is this Vermillion. It's being handled way off of proper procedure from what I've been told. First of all, no information is available on the qualifications of this 3-month-old company. Of course, that means no data, which was one of the so-called complaints about Character Strong. Second, it is expected that any taxpayer funded project deserves a competitive bidding process and a non-biased review. Then, the financial impact has not been disclosed. Teachers and administrators have had no opportunity to review or comment. Finally, the contract says that they will report to the board chair and not to the superintendent. This is absolutely improper, as the board members are not supposed to run the district, but rather approve or disapprove. Maybe at the very least, slow this thing down. Perhaps wait till our new superintendent is hired, and yet have not another interruption to our current school year. One last thing. How about parental rights in all of this stuff? Instead of imposing you guys' opinions about what is best for all children on everyone, not just your friends. And that's quite a contradiction, don't you think? Thank you.
Thank you. Vicki Nicewander and Al Dottie.
Hello. I would like to thank the board for this opportunity to address significant problems with the proposed contracts with Vermillion. Over 1,000 Sarasota County taxpayers have signed a petition saying no to Chairperson Ziegler's proposal to contract with Vermillion to review an abundance of school materials, operation policies, processes, and practices as part of a district improvement study. The petition states as follows: any professional, objective taxpayer-funded project deserves a competitive bidding process and a non-biased review with agreed-upon parameters. The proposed contracts with Vermillion meet none of these criteria for responsible decision-making. Us taxpayers say no. Why is this important? The bulldozing of contract approval by Vermillion, a new politically biased company with no track record by Bridget Ziegler, shows her push for political agenda, ignorance of best practices for quality education for all our children, and mismanagement of our tax dollars. The competitive bidding process requirement is included in Chapter 7 of the School Board Rules and is supported by State Statute 287.057 as well. I would think you would know this after 8 years on the board. You have identified procurement policies and processes for review by Vermillion. However, the proposed contract is not complete and not enforced now. You should still operate under state statute and include competitive bidding process for this service. Chairperson Ziegler has clearly overstepped her position, ignoring school rules and even seemingly state statutes for competitive bidding in the creation of this Vermillion contract. Frankly, I am wondering how this poorly constructed boondoggle, spending taxpayer funds on a biased new company with no track record and with none of the attributes that the majority of this board says they expect, such as inclusive input of particularly parents, ever got to this point. In the agenda, there is no budget listed, and you are voting on, well, you're not going to vote on this today. Maybe you got what I sent you in the mail. Maybe that's your way to skirt the state statute. Chairperson Ziegler, you should take this contract and proposal back to the drawing board and incorporate your present required procedures of competitive bidding, making sure you have not committed a violation of the state statute, and work on the inclusive input and support you all say you want. Otherwise, it seems you have lost interest in your school board mission for our children and should resign. As of 2:40 today,
thank you, Al.
1,040
Ann Sundberg.
Good afternoon. To begin, the board's oath of office ends in 4 words. So help me God. This is precisely what saddens me. You forsake your oath of office when you do not adhere to established board policy, Chapter 2.22, paragraph 6A and 6C, that condemn inappropriate behavior at board meetings. This is disingenuous for the board chair to remain silent. You ignore the rules that govern which you swore to allegiance to. Not doing so may be perjury during the official proceedings, libel under Florida Statute 837.02. Such duplicity occurred in modern history, also involved in erasing adults and children. In 1933, 90 years ago this week, tragic events unfolded that ended the beginning of the end for many. Then the authoritarian regime consolidating power in 12 years, its leadership caused deaths of millions. Germany's National Socialist regime decided many citizens were non-people. The Nazis enacted a series of laws which drove Jewish citizens out of government, teaching, and simply because they were Jewish, and deprived the children of their rights to education. Hitler's henchmen called these Jews unmenschen, non-people. By your actions and determined bigotry, you have decided that today's Floridians will be deprived of their human rights through enactments of policies that deny their equal rights as citizens. I remind the board that God does not make garbage. God makes people in God's own image. First, you have been slow to rise in the defense of Tom Edison and thus contradict policy chapter 2.226A. That's irreprehensible and immoral. Second, you have been slower still to rise. No, you are silent of the children who are different than you think they should be. In summary, your resolute ignorance deprive what research scientists and medicine have proven regarding LGBTQ plus children, finds you guilty of defiling your oath. Third, we know what took place in 1933. Will you be accountable for the deaths by suicide or a weapon of a single child?
Thank you. Ann Sundberg and Rhonda Peters.
My name is Ann Sundberg. I've lived in Sarasota for 25 years, and my children were proud to attend and graduate from Sarasota County Public Schools. Fox News on the right and MSNBC on the left are representative of the corporate media vehicles which create a climate of fear and distrust in which the American people are divided and conquered through culture wars. When we are baited into these culture wars, we are distracted from the grab for the largest pot of taxpayer money that is still in the public realm, money spent on public education. Bridget Ziegler, you have already wasted $170,000 of Sarasota taxpayer money by removing a superintendent who received nothing but positive professional reviews during his tenure. Now you're poised to waste more Sarasota taxpayer money by spending close to $29,000 on a consultant from Vermillion Education LLC to oversee curriculum, instruction, hiring, and communication in Sarasota County schools, and who will report directly to you. Sarasota County is already an A school district by Florida Department of Education metrics, with curriculum, instruction, human resources, and communications departments staffed with professionals with far greater experience and expertise than the consultant from Vermillion, whose classroom experience, in his own words, was that he taught history and government to middle and high school students for several years. So what is Vermillion, an offshoot of Hillsdale College, bringing to the table besides an extremely weak duplication of existing services? an ideology of extremist Christian nationalism whose rhetoric of individualism and classical education is a smokescreen for their self-admitted long game of replacing public education with a privatized system of national charter schools and school vouchers. It is time for everyday citizens of Sarasota County to stand shoulder to shoulder and demand the right to keep the decisions about the education of our children in the hands of the local professionals that have dedicated their lives to showing up in classrooms year after year, and in the hands of administrators who support academic excellence, curiosity, creativity, and kindness, and to keep the salaries of these professionals and educational resources in our community instead of siphoning our taxpayer money to the corporations that run national charter school systems and have zero concern for our local community. This is a betrayal of the citizens of Sarasota County who have consistently voted for school referendums to provide additional resources to our school district. Shame on you, Bridget Ziegler, for being a spokesperson in these culture wars that divide us from our neighbors, and for abusing your power on the school board to lead us down a road to privatize a public school system your children do not even attend. The rest of the school board must join Tom Edwards in saying no to this highly politicized contract with Vermillion Education, LLC.
Rhonda Peters and Kyle Quattlebaum.
I was disturbed when I learned that the school board voted to eliminate the district's Character Strong program. But I'm far more troubled that this body is the arbiter of what constitutes good character, given the character traits you demonstrate here. The summer before I entered 5th grade, my family moved to a new state. As my mother registered me, my older sister and I walked around the school. In the gym, we were greeted by the custodian. He told me that it was a pretty good school, except for all the jigaboos. He said they were everywhere, even right there in the locker room. I had never heard of that kind of bug, but I knew at 10 I did not like bugs at all. It took us another moment for us to realize that he wasn't talking about insects. My sister grabbed my arm and she raced us out of there. At 10 years old, I was way too young to witness such hate. I'm 68. I'm still too young. I watched the last 2 school board meetings with the same horror I felt back in that gym, as 2 individuals spewed vile, dehumanizing, homophobic hate speech at Mr. Edwards. And this board did nothing. I don't think hate speech is a protected class. By doing nothing, you showed me why you reject Character Strong. Rather than modeling the Character Strong lessons to be respectful, thoughtful, and kind, you chose to model that custodian, teaching our children to humiliate and hate those who are different from them. When has history ever taught us that marginalizing and dehumanizing groups of people for them being different than the majority was a good idea or ever worked out well for society? Mrs. Ziegler, if you are sincere about wanting to address the deep divides demonstrated here at these school board meetings, you would focus your energies on the multiple areas in which this community agrees and build a coalition from there. Don't enter into contracts with an inexperienced, polarizing firm such as Vermillion. If your true intention is to introduce Hillsdale curriculum to our public schools, then own that. Be forthright and transparent about it. I ask this school board to please think carefully about the irreparable damage your actions will cause our children and our community in your quest to claim your own moral superiority.
Kyle Quattlebaum and Rolf Hansen. Kyle? I have Kyle, I'm not sure if I'm saying this correct, Quattlebaum. And then Rolf Hansen. No? Okay. I will keep going. Jordan.
Rolf Hansen.
Okay.
My name is Rolf Hansen, and as a retired elementary school teacher with 35 years of experience, I'm appalled to learn that Sarasota County School Board is on the verge of hiring Vermillion Education, LLC. I've taught in 3 public school districts at 12 schools with many teachers and administrators who hold views both similar to and vastly different from my own. Over the course of my career, I've learned that the most effective staffs are those that have a diversity of individuals and viewpoints united around the common purpose of teaching and caring for the children that come to our schools. In my 23 years with the district, Sarasota County Schools consistently earned top ratings for excellence in educating its students, including 18 consecutive years as an A district from the Florida State Department of Education. The taxpayers of Sarasota have provided an extra level of support for our schools since 2002 by voting to pass several referenda which increase property taxes to pay for enhanced services and a longer school day. Recently, Chairperson Ziegler has brought a proposal before the board to hire Vermilion Education to consult with the district to, 1, research and review proposed policies, programs, and curricula, 2, consult and advise the board on academic matters, 3, review resumes and attend interviews of external candidates, 4, research and review parties with whom the district is considering contracting, and 5, assist with board communications to the public. Sarasota County School Board already has a professional staff trained to provide all the services proposed in the Vermilion contract. Why is the board considering this contract with a 3-month-old corporation whose representative to the district has, in his own words, taught history and government to middle and high school students for several years? This wasteful duplication of services obscures Vermilion's attempt to promote its classical education, a thinly veiled ideology of Christian nationalism. The majority of taxpayers, voters, students, and families in Sarasota do not want this ideological extremism in their public schools. This board needs to return to its primary work of running an historically outstanding school district and refrain from promoting divisiveness, and join Tom Edwards in saying no to this highly politicized contract with Vermilion Education, LLC. Thank you.
Jordan Botel, Tamara Sullum.
Hello, I'm Jordan Butel, and I admittedly am not from here. I've lived here for about 5 years. I'm from Indiana, though, and the voucher program was seen there with gutting public education. I also graduated from the 5th most diverse school in the nation in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and my parents taught me poetry. They were educators, and they also taught about the Holocaust. This is a poem I wrote about being trans. Coded wrong from inception of the construct of identity, in this system we create we, meaning who? Us, we, the collective ego of perception. The one unified determination of this is that and what is what, because it is known and I said so. Who is we when we are all caged into aligning with one vantage point? As I stand on the precipice of Mount Everest, the mere blinds cast a gaze, the shards of reality color my iris, always telling the same story, evolving with humans, waiting for the words to truly resonate, an understanding and a need, with no words to describe it. My child self carrying the burden set forth by my society, my childhood trauma not even a worry when the world already got me wrong. Its perception dictating my existence, at least how I expressed my family, my safety. They saw me even before the words existed. Follow your truth, find yourself, think for yourself, seek knowledge, and keep looking. If you still have questions, learn language, because that is the currency of understanding, and widen your window of words to encapsulate the essence of existence. Wonder at the wonder of the world, and wander however far you need to find the answers to existence. The message to a child whose voice too soft to hear, my voice muted by the limited view of possibilities. Hormones branded for reproductive marketing, and gender the one fixed you cannot change in this system, the track you tread decided by observation. When my truth emerged at 15, hormones flooding my system, my body ill from the imbalance, a figment of a baby cared for more than the mother-to-be as they saw me when I was 15, when hormones flooded my system. My body trying to work, my beard grew thicker, undesirable for my female body, still no one asked. PCOS, they said. Course of treatment, HRT. To reduce my T levels to E. Am I crazy or am I lucky? My perception locked behind the constructs of perception. Either way, I'm muted. My experience left only to mine, transcending and surviving. When words don't land, it's not the speaker who misspoke. It's the listener who understood through the limited scope of understanding. Possibilities that you cannot be, and yet I am, and you won't listen because your eyes stop at what your wounded child told you was possible. You're ripped away from self, just as me, tattered. We all walk through the barriers of construct, picking identity from a shelf when we should be exploring it. The doctors left puzzled, they who study hormones, yet baby's a product. They forgot humans, living are the ones with the imbalance of the shame.
Thank you. Tamara Selim, Christine Hervig.
My daughters are products of the Sarasota County Schools. They started in kindergarten at Fruitville Elementary, spent time at Pineview School, Booker Middle School, and graduated from Booker High School. One is a graduate of New College, the other Florida State. I credit our A-grade schools for enabling their scholastic high achievement, helping develop their personal character, and recognizing and encouraging their unique talents. During my daughter's years in school here, I had no concerns about how teachers were instructing them, what character education was being used, or what books were selected by teachers. If any issues did occur, I spoke directly to teachers, and I had open communication with my school's principals. My point being, I didn't know or care what political party, proclivities, or affiliations the school board members had then, as long as my school scored high and my daughters were achieving. What has happened to our schools with our new school board leadership has left me in a state of sadness, anger, and disbelief. In less than 1 year, I have witnessed new board members photographed with proud boys. They have fired a highly qualified superintendent without cause. The board has removed Character Strong, a character education program that teaches kids kindness, responsibility, and acceptance. And the board chair has initiated a boundaries policy that reads like a policing document designed to attack teachers' professionalism. Just recently, the board made the decision to eliminate the highly effective free VPK program, which builds early education readiness skills in our most vulnerable and youngest population. But most concerning, and with no apparent studies or statistics, the board's chair stated she will be looking to hire Vermilion Education, a 3-month-old company founded by the leader of the Christian College Hillsdale, as a consultant to make curriculum decisions for our school district. And finally, this board has allowed bullying and hate speech to permeate school board meetings. While Ms. Ziegler condemned the homophobic attacks on board member Tom Edwards, her apology rings hollow, as just days ago she was seen wearing a t-shirt on her husband's Facebook page that read, "Real women aren't men," which is a blatant affront to the LGBTQ+ community. Are these the actions we expected of elected leaders, our elected leaders? Will they keep Sarasota an A-rated school district? Let me leave you with 2 quotes from former superintendents. Wilma Hamilton in 2002, after the successful creation of the 1 mil tax referendum, which generated hundreds of millions of dollars for our schools, said, "I came into education to be one of the architects, not to be part of the demolition team." And in 2017, in regard to educators, her successor, Lori White, said, "As their leader, I encourage them to focus on doing what is right for students and to remember that the best way to get through trying times was to support and encourage one another, collaboration, cooperation, and optimism with the words we lived by." I beg that this new leadership reflect on their actions and curb these aggressive tactics and behavior that are demoralizing staff, students, and educators, and may have long-reaching and detrimental consequences. My children were blessed to be part of this exceptional school district, and the next generation of students deserves nothing less. I hope and pray that Ms. White's legacy will not have been in vain.
Thank you. Christine Hervig, Jessica Thomason.
Is that better? Okay. Anywho, I've heard a lot of people calling the United States a Christian nation, and I want to, as a librarian, point out a very good book by constitutional lawyer Andrew Seidel, The Founding Myth, Why Christian Nationalism is Un-American, 2019 book. And this book tells the truth about our country's actual founding. Before the Declaration of Independence made the U.S. a separate country, Puritans and Pilgrim British colonies on the American continent established Christian governments. And this is a quote from that book. The Puritans imposed a death penalty for worshiping other gods, blasphemy, homosexuality, and adultery. It is out of this society and this mindset that the terrible idea of a Christian nation founded on Christian principles lodged itself in the American psyche. It is this intolerant legacy that must be abandoned. That is why a Christian government that is what a Christian government looks like: exclusive, exclusionary, divisive, hateful, severe, and lethal. The insufferable Puritan theocracy declined after King Charles II revoked the colonial charter and passed the Toleration Act of 1689. But all of this happened more than 100 years before the American Revolution and the drafting of the U.S. Constitution. When the framers, like James Madison, surveyed history, they eschewed theocracy and intolerance, condemning the torrents of blood spilled in the name of religion. And all we have to do is look at places like Afghanistan or Saudi Arabia or other places where horrible things have happened because the people were not, it was a religion took over. And in the Treaty of Tripoli, which was signed by John Adams into law in the late 1700s, the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. And I hope that you will reconsider the Vermillion contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Thomason. Sharon Farley.
Hi, my name is Jessica Thomason, and I have 2 children in Sarasota County Public School. In order to attend this meeting today, I had to pull my children from school early, but I felt it was important to be here. Last semester, my daughter came home with this certificate of recognition. It's called a High Five Award, and it's given out by teachers and principals when a child's noticed doing something kind or helpful, being a good citizen. Her award is for empathy, and it reads, she always looks out for and includes her peers in the cafeteria and on the playground. She was so excited to share it with me, and I was just as proud of her for receiving this award as I was when she made the AB honor roll the following semester. And it's been hanging on our refrigerator ever since. Unfortunately, this is the last High Five Award that she or any child in Sarasota County will receive, because just last month, this board voted to eliminate the Character Strong program, of which this is a part, with no replacement, even though character development program is required by the Florida Department of Education. Why couldn't they have just finished the year? The program is already paid for. It's an incentive plan for good behavior. My 2nd grader has been trying all year to earn a High Five Award, and I'm sure she'll continue trying, not realizing that it'll never come because this board decided it was a distraction. We need to focus on math and reading, not all this behavior and empathy stuff. Okay, I feel you. Luckily, our schools have access to lots of amazing resources that make learning engaging and fun. My daughter's favorite is something called Flocabulary. They're instructional music videos designed to help kids learn math and reading concepts. They were available to my girls until about 2 weeks ago when the district abruptly prohibited them. Why? Because videos may contain dangerous things like instructional rot, known as the social emotional learning. That's another name for it. Sounds scary, so I Googled it. And videos of concern include things like respect, internet safety, Thomas and Edison and grit, George Washington and public service, Ruby Bridges and bravery. Which one is the problem? Why don't we trust our teachers and administration enough to use these resources appropriately, to handle issues as they arise on a case-by-case basis? Have any of you ever even asked a teacher for their thoughts or what they think would be helpful? You've certainly made it nearly impossible for them to attend these meetings at 3 p.m. on a Tuesday. Your policies are disruptive, hasty, and careless. My kids don't follow politics. All they know is that the bulletin board at their school on honesty was ripped down, and they're not allowed to listen to the Fraction song anymore. And now, on the heels of cutting Title I funding just last week, you want to sign a contract with an expensive Hillsdale-connected consultant, price to be determined, with no track record, a 3-month-old website, without so much as a request for proposal and a Zoom meeting that apparently happened 20 minutes ago? Why pay them to create
Thank
division
you.
when
Sharon
you're doing
Farley,
it just fine on your own?
Shannon Clement.
Hi, my name is Sharon Farley, and I'm a retired teacher. I taught honors in AP U.S. History at Sarasota High. And Robin, you and I have something in common, a 40-year career in education. So I'm sure that we have many other things in common, but I don't know you that well to know whether that's true or not. One of the things I wanted to mention to you is I tried very hard as a social studies teacher to be objective in the classroom, and that a lot of times was very difficult. And I thought this morning about the invasion of Iraq in 2003, and I was so opposed. I'm old enough to remember marching in the anti-war demonstrations against Vietnam, and I thought we were wrong to go into Iraq. We were wrong because I really wasn't convinced there were weapons of mass destruction, and no, there weren't. There were no weapons of mass destruction, but yet we started a trend that went on and on and on. But I did not bring my views into the classroom. I shared with my fellow teachers. Johnny Howell is here today. She was in my lunch group, and we talked about it at lunch, but not in the classroom. Those Christian, right-wing, conservative views do not belong in the classroom. And it's very, very important that we not have a group looking at our curriculum, looking at our textbooks, and trying to enforce their ideology on our students. This is not right. My parents retired to Sarasota because of the school system. I have a younger brother who was still in school here. This has been an A-rated school system. There is no reason to change the school system. We have devoted teachers. We have devoted administrators. Public schools are the leveler in society. We need our public schools. We need them to be objective. We need them to not be Christian, conservative. That is not what a public school is. A public school needs to have objective teachers, objective administrators. There is no room for vermilion in our schools. We have been an A-rated school district since 2004. Why change it? Why did we get rid of a superintendent who was competent, who was well-liked? Why is it allowed to attack a fellow board member? I honestly cannot imagine. If this were my classroom, that would never go on. I would never allow a person in my classroom to be attacked. There is no excuse for this kind of behavior. And I remember the quote, "When good people do nothing, evil triumphs." And that's the reason why I'm here today. If people do not get involved, if they do not
Thank
fight,
you. Sandy
we're gonna lose.
Armstrong, Sean Bartfeld. It was clearly an accident. You can relax. Shannon Clement, Sandy Armstrong, Sean Barfeld.
Thank you.
Take a breath.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Shannon Clement, and as a resident and enrolled in a parent of a child. Sorry, I'm short. It happens. Good afternoon, all. I'm Shannon Clement, and as a resident and parent of a child enrolled in our school system, I would first like to thank Mrs. Ziegler for taking the time to meet with me. I would like to reiterate to every member of the board how important that outreach matters, as we might remain opposed on many things, but I can respect her stepping up to that responsibility. Second, Vermillion, there's too much, so let me sum up, and this was written before today's meeting. 1, little to no experience. 2, no transparency related to full extent of costs, ROI, or detailed scope of work. 3, there are innumerable firms that offer the same services, just not the way Mrs. Ziegler wants it done per her own admission, which doesn't preclude necessity for it to be properly vetted, and perhaps legal counsel can clarify, but as I understand it, reading State Rule 6A-1.012 under purchasing policies, even if a vendor qualifies to waive the bidding process, if that entity is charging more than $50,000 for total supplies and/or services, then a request for bid is a requirement, and said entity cannot create multiple contracts to avoid that threshold. The appearance of impartiality and fiduciary responsibility is null and void if proper procedures aren't adhered to. And there's no monetary transparency here, as these are draft contracts, not even finalized. One is designated as TPD, and both reference additional expenses as needed at the district's disbursement. If you were to hire a third party, do it correctly. Or better yet, in the spirit of unity, as I suggested to the chair, consider forming a balanced advisory committee to which anyone can apply to be on an advisory committee subject to a vote, not a nomination from the board, to get the input of the actual stakeholders and experts in this county. In addition, Mrs. Ziegler, you may want to let Vermillion know they need to hire an SEO manager, as a Google search is practically fruitless in locating them amongst their competition, and their website is little more than a generic WordPress page that I can recreate in about 15 minutes. Lastly, Mrs. Marinelli, you stated at the last meeting that no one stood at this podium and addressed anything about the children, and I severely beg to differ. Unfortunately, she's not here to hear these words. As a parent and members of this community, it is our duty to model the behavior we want to see in our youth. When anyone, especially a whole demographic that is a vibrant and vital part of what makes Sarasota what it is attacked, be it directly or inferred, when fear and hate are so gleefully and unapologetically hurled about, I sure as hell hope my children stand up as I'm doing now to denounce it. To accentuate my point, allow me to quote FDR, who in a letter dated January 9, 1940 to Dr. William Nielsen of the American Committee for Protection of Foreign Board wrote, "We must be constantly vigilant against the attacks of intolerance and injustice. We must scrupulously guard the civil rights and civil liberties of all our citizens, whatever their background. We must remember that any oppression, any injustice, any hatred is a wedge designed to attack our civilization." Or to simplify it per the wise words of Yoda, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. For a bunch of joyful warriors, what I tend to see constantly modeled is fear and hate, and it's the chair's responsibility to ensure it has no place here. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Armstrong, Sean Barfelt, then Luis Machinist.
Hello, my name is Sandy Armstrong. I'm concerned still, and I guess I'll just keep coming back, that LGBT bias has been allowed to be talked about here, with then at the very end, Ms. Ziegler saying, oh, well, kind of sorry. I'm not even sure you said you were sorry. We have children who are hearing these kinds of things, whose parents who are LGBT are hearing these kinds of things, this terrible LGBT bias. And we have children who then think, gee, if this great man who's on my school board isn't okay and being called all these awful things, what does that mean about me? A young person who hasn't, developed the stamina to deal with this kind of stuff. And what we find are that more of these young people end up trying to take their own life. And I want you all to really start thinking about that and how you feel about yourselves, because you will, if this kind of stuff keeps going on, you will be responsible for young people's deaths. It's just simple as that. I think that what was said was slander, and, I hope something gets done about that. The other thing I want to talk about is that there's a group called PFLAG, and they lead with love. We've taken this great program out of our schools. As Mom just talked about what a big deal it was for her kids. Why can't we lead with love for our children instead of trying to lead with this right-wing Christian kind of thing? I'm a Christian. My church says gay. LGBTQ people are all welcome there. And I hate hearing Christian being connected always to the Christian right, because really I think we're talking to the right who's using Christians. I think people have said enough about Vermillion. I think it's a bad idea. They're not experienced enough. They're, again, very right-wing, and we have spent more than enough money. There's one other thing I want to mention, and that is this pre-K. A teacher came up to me this past weekend and said, I'm just brokenhearted. They're withdrawing Title I funds for our pre-K programs, and our kids need this. Our kids who need it the most, our families who need that backup the most, are not going to have that help, and they need that. And I want you all to talk about how can we support these pre-K programs for our little ones to make school an even playing ground. I don't know, you're over there kind of giggling, Ms. Ziegler. I don't know what that's about, but I hope that we can have equality and caring and get your politics out of it, you know? Get your politics out of it. That T-shirt is appalling.
Thank you. Sean Barfelt and Luis Machinist. We're really close.
Hey there, Sean Bartelt, Sarasota Public School graduates. My kids are Florida Public School graduates. Can't say gay, so I'm an alien. And my kids were raised by 2 aliens. I'm here speaking in opposition of moving forward with the Vermillion education as a consultant. The process, or complete lack thereof, is not acceptable. I understand that there's been conflict and division as it relates to the curriculum and other issues. I understand that's a problem. But to unilaterally, and let me define that, decided by only one person, one side, or one faction, to have that to unilaterally put forth Vermillion, a company, as we all have heard, no experience, clients, very specific position, is unsupportable and would only result in even more division, conflict, and lack of civility. There are 2 options that you have to address this. Establish a review committee comprised of principals, teachers, local parents with children in our school system who have a range of perspectives. Have them research and bring forward 3 to 5 education consulting companies with a history of doing this work. And after reviewing their work, resources and previous clients, put forth 2 that the school board can vote on. Option 2, do the work yourself, but go through the process as you should be going through the process, have multiple companies present, and pick the most experienced organization, not a company with no experience, no clients, and a clear agenda that could be at odds with the majority, would be at odds with the majority of parents, teachers, and students. Proceeding with Vermillion is not a good use of taxpayer money. I also sincerely oppose cutting pre-K education as you're doing. You should find that money somewhere. As it relates to how you handle speakers, maintaining a healthy and vibrant democracy requires civil discourse. To this end, speakers should be required to refrain from personal attacks or vitriol and focus instead on their ardent opposition or support of actions and decisions that this board is making. Do the right thing, show your true character, your moral and ethical quality, which I have to say, sadly, I have not witnessed.
Thank you. Luis Machinist and Deborah Simmons.
Hello, Louise Machinist. I'm a retired child psychologist and currently a guardian ad litem for marginalized, vulnerable kids. And I'm here to join others in protesting what I can only call a diabolical, politically driven malfeasance by the current board majority. 3 minutes is not nearly long enough to address the horrible things that are going on with this school board. Every day, a new outrage from the very day that you took office in the current term. But what I want to talk about mostly, and in line with the song that the children sang at the beginning, is listen, I am appealing to board members Enos and Marinelli. I talked with both of you before you were elected, and while I didn't vote for you, I thought that you appeared to be sane and sensible people. Naive about your disruptive supporters, but still reasonable. And I'm asking you to find the courage and the integrity to refuse to be owned by the extremist political forces that are behind the disaster that's unfolding here in this school district. Don't be complicit with things that just aren't right. Your campaigns may have benefited from libel, but you still have the opportunity to stand up against slander against a fellow board member. If the chair chooses not to control hateful slander, just stand up and walk out in solidarity. The chair has created a monster that she is unwilling, unable, or afraid to control, but you don't have to be afraid. Second, you don't have to knuckle under to this outrageous illicit contract proposal. giving control of our public schools to an unqualified novice who represents a religious sect. Enough's been said on that subject, and I want to second everything that the other speakers have said. This stealth attack is appalling, and you know it is. What a travesty. A school board willingly, duplicitously plotting to destroy an excellent public school system. Unbelievable. It's too incredible to be believed, except that life in Sarasota County every day is becoming nightmarish. It's worse than fiction. So defunding education for the most vulnerable children, unbelievable. I'm a taxpayer, and I'm angry. And if necessary, I look forward to participating in a taxpayer class action suit to block the destruction of public education by religious zealots and radical political opportunists.
Thank you. Deborah Simmons, Julie London, Raina Benzini.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Simmons. All four of my kids have graduated from Sarasota County Schools. And I thank God for that because I had to fight the ESC department tooth and nail. I had to take them to court each time to get my kids' education. So I'm here advocating for a loved one of mine whose child they are trying to kick out of school right now. The ESC administration has lost their passion for the ESC students. It shows in the district's calculated expulsions around testing time every year. In the words of an administrator from Triad who told me these students are the bottom of the barrel. At least that's how they're seen. On 310, one of the administrators at Booker Middle chose to bypass the law that protects parents and its students from unfair treatment by administrators. He chose to use the hardship of a mother being homeless to obstruct her from being part of her son's manifestation meeting. She was called the day of the meeting by this administrator, only to find out that no prior written notice was ever sent. The administrator told her he sent her a text message to her phone, then proceeded to tell her that she wasn't needed, her presence wasn't needed anyways, and the district was going to make a decision on their own. She was denied access to her education, her children's educational file when she requested to review before any meetings took place. She was given a fake email by said administrator, all in attempts to intimidate and cover up his unlawful conduct towards her child, who is an ESC student protected under the Part B of the IDA. If the district ESC administrators are tired of their jobs and the students, they should retire quick, fast, and in a hurry. Hand the reins over to a set of new administrators who would have the passion, empathy, and understanding it takes to carry the title, honor, and character of an ESC administrator. This fight has just begun. And everything that is done in the dark shall come to the light, because I serve a God who sits high and looks low, and nothing goes unseen.
Thank you. Julie London. Rana Benzini. You're next.
I'm going to give members of the school board more credit than to think that they would consider hiring a company that is only a website. Follow the leader is easy until the leader asks you to jump off a bridge and commit professional suicide. You know you were elected by the people, not one puppet master. Being forced to rush into a decision is the same as being told by a used car salesman that you have to sign on the dotted line now. It doesn't take courage to say no. It takes demanding being treated like you have a brain, and you have a brain. There should be at least 3 board members who vote to nullify the contracts to Vermillion completely, as this is the ultimate no-brainer. Your base agrees. So on to business. Anyone who thinks that what has been allowed to occur at these meetings is a distraction is wrong. And anyone who thinks that they are not being heard is also wrong. Our voices are so loud that they are being heard 3,000 miles away. A snippet of a letter dated April 4th, 2023, addressed to the school board members begins. The San Francisco Gay Men's Chorus stands in solidarity with board member Tom Edwards and others in your community who are leading the charge against intolerance and bigotry. They go on to write, as Martin Luther King Jr. said, Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Never again can we afford to live with the narrow, provincial, outside agitator idea. Anyone who lives in the United States can never be considered an outsider within its bounds. As school board members, you know that learning doesn't just happen during a specific lesson in the classroom, nor is the purpose of 13 years in the K-12 system solely book learning. More importantly are the lessons on treating each other with respect and accepting differences in others. These lessons come from direct observation of what we say and do. What are we teaching our children when homophobic words and the implication that a gay school board member who reads to children is dangerous are tacitly accepted in an official public forum? They continue, as school board members, you have a responsibility to demand that every school creates a culture of safety for all of their students and model that same behavior from the dais. Failing to act is not an option, as the very lives of Sarasota LGBTQ students are in your hands. We applaud Tom Edwards and those who are bravely speaking up for equality, equity, and fairness. As the late Harvey Milk said, rights are won only by those who make their voices heard. Signed, on behalf of the San Francisco Gay Men's Chorus.
Thank you. Rana Benzini. Diane Marcello.
Bridget, I really don't object to sometimes you mispronouncing my name. The only reason is because it steps on my laugh line. Rana in Latin is the genus of frog, and I am not ready to croak yet. I debated whether or not to speak this afternoon. Was what I wanted to talk about appropriate for a school board meeting? My mind went back to September 18th, 1787. Benjamin Franklin came out of the State House of Philadelphia, where our Constitution had just been written. A Mrs. Powell approached him and asked, "Well, doctor, what have we got, a republic or a monarchy?" He answered, "A republic, if you can keep it." It and we have been a work in progress. It nearly failed in the 1860s, and I fear it is not an exaggeration to say we are at a similar point now. How is that relevant to a school board meeting? Well, very. Every one of our founders spoke of the importance of an educated population for a functioning society. Time does not permit for a full discussion of the evolution of the public school system, but let's just see what the Florida Constitution has to say about education. I quote from Article 9. "The education of children is a fundamental value of the people of the state of Florida. It is therefore paramount duty of the state to make adequate provision for the education of all children residing within its borders." The rest of the article spells out what that entails. Recent bills pending and passed in Tallahassee would drastically cut the funds necessary to fulfill these requirements. I am puzzled by the lack of any input or action regarding these measures from our school board. The other day, I was watching the workshop that was talking about the requirements for a new superintendent. I found myself puzzled again. As the requirements were listed, I thought, well, that sounds like Dr. Asplin, but wasn't he fired? Am I having an Alice in Wonderland or a 1984 moment? Words don't mean what I think they mean. It seems that some of our public school board members' actions are undermining our public school system. I do hope that your future actions will prove me wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Marcello. Tracy Farrow.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Marcello, and I want to tell the board that I couldn't agree more that sex education should not be taught in the primary grades. And here's the good news. It never has been. I have taught in public, private, and parochial schools over the past 50 years. I am a speech-language pathologist and hold a master's degree in educational leadership. During my course of studies, it was emphasized that our job as educators was not to just teach reading, writing, math, etc., but to cultivate our students to become good citizens, to become adults who have respect for all people, and who can become positive contributions to their community. Do you remember Karen? Every day, our kids recite the Pledge of Allegiance, ending with liberty and justice for all. So I would question why our school's curriculum would delete character building and social skills training. Shouldn't we want our children to have respect for all people? I'm concerned about an attempt to nullify our past by deleting education of civil rights, the Holocaust, and other dark times in history. Don't we want our children to learn about how far we have come in accepting others who are different, who worship differently, who think differently? Don't we want to celebrate diversity and teach our kids that together we make a better world? I'm concerned that our Republican leaders want to make our school boards a political board. Shouldn't our goal be to be nonpartisan? Shouldn't our goal be to give our children critical thinking skills so they can make their own decisions about what is important in their lives? Isn't that democracy? I'm concerned that we are moving toward an authoritarian form of government. I'm reminded of what was happening in Germany in the 30s by indoctrinating their youth and giving them only the information that the government wanted them to know. I believe that is how Russia and China teach their children today. So when we delete facts of history, we are venturing into a dangerous territory. Is that democracy? I'm concerned that many books that have been part of education for decades are being removed from our school libraries because it's alleged that some moms for liberty don't think they should be there. Well, I'm a mom and I'm a grandmother and I'm a taxpayer, and no one has asked my opinion. How can that be freedom when others are determining what my grandkids can read? I do believe that there may be some books on inappropriate sexual content, and that should be removed. But I want to say in all my years that I've been involved in education, and I reiterate, there has never been in any elementary curriculum courses discussing homosexuality, transgender.
Thank you. Tracy Farrow. Hannah Kathleen Gibbons.
Sorry, didn't have time to print it. Didn't know I was going to speak. However, I couldn't miss an opportunity to meet you, Bridget. I would like to say, as parents of students in Florida, we want our kids to have the freedom to learn, to be themselves, and to grow up healthy and safe. We want them to have access to quality public education that is accessible to a diverse group of students across Florida, without fear of being indoctrinated into the conservative right-wing agenda. However, a handful of politicians and people that aren't supposed to be politicians but are taking on that role are stoking Floridians' fears and putting their desire for political power over students' futures. Floridians must speak up and take action to protect our access to public education unfettered by political agendas. Governor DeSantis is endorsing unqualified people to school boards across this state with the sole intent of making the schools, the students, and faculty political pawns in his race to the White House, and he is attacking and destroying educational freedom in doing so. Ron and Bridget are using their power to the fullest to do whatever they please. They have created and surrounded themselves with extremist people and groups, i.e., Moms for Liberty, in order to do their bidding, all under the guise of parent choice and freedom. Bridget, how dare you believe that all Floridians agree with this obvious political power play? I know many Republicans and Democrats that are currently disgusted with yours and the new board members' hostile takeover of this district and the attempted removal of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and the freedom of all parents and all students. Just as a reminder, all includes LGBTQ, BIPOC, and any marginalized group that you also clearly fear. So I guess you're going to have to say gay at some point. Bridget, you call liberal values indoctrination. You seem to equate indoctrination with questioning authority, questioning national myths, questioning the world as it has been presented to decide what is true and what isn't. Anyway, if progressive schools indoctrinate students, surely conservative ones like Hillsdale do too. Guess what, Bridget? We also don't recruit. If you had experienced what myself and my partner and our children have experienced in life, you would know that we would never wish that on anyone. What we go through every day, you could not handle. No one should have to be in the position to deal with the struggles and discrimination that my family has dealt with over the past 25 years. And Bridget, do I need to remind you that the family values you tout should include love and compassion for all, not just self-serving interests, not what feeds the extreme right-wing agenda. It's about acceptance and tolerance, kindness and empathy, isn't it? I think I speak for the public commenting today that we are tired of the political dog and pony show that has been brought not only to K through 12 education, but higher education as well. This was evidenced on January 6th of this year at New College. The actions of this board and the newly appointed trustees and interim president of New College have shown a gross negligence and misuse of taxpayer money and the powers that they are entrusted with. Every step each of you are taking have been methodically planned well in advance and without sufficient student, faculty, or public knowledge or input. I urge all Florida residents who still have some shred of decency and humanity to denounce what is going on in this state. The momentum DeSantis is gaining by aligning himself with the tremendous amount of bigoted, racist, homophobic power is quite frankly disturbing and dangerous and should be throwing up major red flags for everyone in this country. Make no mistake, DeSantis is coming after all of America's freedoms, including—
Thank you very much. Hannah Kathleen Gibbons, Dr. Theone Subli.
Hi. My name's Hannah Kathleen Gibbons, and I had 2 children in the Sarasota public school system. They're both adults now. And I didn't come with anything prepared, and I've just sort of reacted to what's been on the news and watching everything that's going on today. And the biggest thing I sense on both sides of this conversation is fear. And I think we really need to work from a different place other than fear. You know, I'm mixed race, and when I was born here in this country, it was still on the books for interracial marriage was illegal. Okay, I look a little younger than I am. So if my parents had succumbed to fear, I wouldn't be here today. And I think that's what's so great. We're able to change and evolve. But I think that I would be shocked if you brought Vermillion in at this point. I think you'd be shamed or embarrassed. I hope you would. And if you feel intimidated as a member of the board by other people, you shouldn't. You should find your voice. And to the rest of you, you need to vote, okay? That's where this is how we got here, because people didn't vote.
Thank you. Who was that? Was that Reverend Jay Wolin? Was that?
I thought you said Dr. Theone Sublis.
Oh, I was just asking. So
Thank you.
Yeah. And then
Hi.
next after that is Reverend Jay Wolin.
Thank you. My name's Dr. Theone Sublis, and thank you for having us here today. I really do appreciate you taking the time to listen to the public. I haven't spoken before you in the past, but I feel compelled to speak to you now, specifically 3 of you. First, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I am a graduate of Sarasota County Schools. I'm a Brookside Barracuda and a Riverview Ram. My daughter is at Sarasota Middle School right now, and she will be moving on to Riverview High School in the fall. She loves her teachers. She loves Sarasota County Schools, and she feels the pressure. Another parent spoke earlier about the award that her daughter won, and my daughter sees that same kind of behavior happening in the school. You all don't know me, but people who do know me know 2 things about me. I'm a pretty simple person. There's 2 things that I love. One is my family. The other is public education. Those are the 2 things that I love more than anything. Those are the 2 things that I wake up for, to fight for every single day in my career and in my private life. Today, I want to speak to 3 of you specifically. I'd like to speak to Tim Enos and Karen Rose and Robin Marinelli. Karen, I know that you didn't run in the previous election, but in other elections, you have in common what Tim and Robin both ran on, and I think you got a lot of public support on. Tim, I know you are educated in public schools here in Sarasota County, and I know that you trust Sarasota County schools for your own children. and what the three of you ran on again, Karen, in a different election, is fiscal transparency. So many people voted for you because you believe in fiscal transparency. Probably the rest of you have that in common as well, but I know for a fact, because it's all over the Herald Tribune, it's all over social media, it's all over our beloved local rag, The Observer, that you want fiscal transparency and fiscal responsibility. I have not seen that at all from this board. How expensive it was to fire a highly qualified superintendent. And now we see absolutely $0 associated with Vermillion. I know that you paused the vote on Vermillion. I hope it's because you want to think about it more. It is not a fiscally responsible action to take. It is not responsible for our community. Thank you for pausing on it, and please consider all of the background. You have a highly educated populace here. The speakers know what they're talking about. I hope that you hear them today. Vermillion is not a good choice for our students. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Reverend Jay Wolin. Richard Stammer.
Hello, I'm Reverend Jay Wolin of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Sarasota. And first, I would just really like to encourage the board to maybe in coming weeks and board meetings to supply snacks for the crowd, because I mean, I know I'm hungry after waiting for a while. The fourth, Unitarian Universalism believes in principles. Our fourth principle is the free and responsible search for truth and meaning. And we believe that our children should be taught how to think, not what to think. And we were actually the founders of the kindergarten movement in this country in the 1800s and supporters of the public school movement. And we believe that public funds should be spent only on public schools. I'm here to speak against a contract with Vermillion. We want our children and our grandchildren to have a broad spectrum of education and a broad view of topics, not a narrow Christian nationalistic view. Yes, I do believe America is a great country. I hate the fact that people are saying that we don't believe America. We believe America is a great country, but a great country should be self-reflective upon itself. Because we are great, we should be self-reflected. We should not be in denial of our history of systemic racism, denial of our attempt to exterminate indigenous peoples in this country, the denial of the pernicious racist history and ongoing discrimination in this country. Ironically, in fact, passing laws against teaching and not allowed to teach about DEI and CRT is an exact example of systemic racism. It's ironic. Narrow-mindedness breeds fear of others, and hatred, as we've heard before, comes from fear. And so it is my question, my ask of you to please be self-reflective about what it is that you fear about LGBTQ studies, what it is that you fear about studying the oppression of BIPOC individuals in this country. Unitarian Universalism's first principle is the inherent worth and dignity of all people in all of their wholeness and all of their beauty, including love. I side with love. That's what my shirt says. I know we have other people here. I side with love, and love for all sexual orientations, love for all gender identities. Let love, not hate or fear, guide you. And so I ask you to vote against this contract with Vermillion and to open up to love and compassion for all of our students. Thank you for your time.
Richard Stammer, followed by Patricia Smith.
Thank you. I don't know how I can follow my good pastor, Reverend Jay Wolin, but I will try anyway. And I just want to say I'm proud to be here with so many intelligent, open-minded, caring, and loving people. I don't know if I can add anything to the excellent comments they've made, but I'm going to anyway because I took the time to be here believe me, it took some real faith to come here to speak to you all. I am also a 36-year retired professional in child welfare from Maryland and Florida as well. And so I really do care about both the children in my community and their parents. I'm also a 21-year resident of Sarasota. When I moved here with my wife in 2002, we knew that we were moving into a largely conservative community. But we also knew that Sarasota was by and large a live and let live community with vibrant, multi-ethnic, multiracial, multi-faith, and multi-sexual orientation communities. However, I do not recognize my community anymore. And unfortunately, this Sarasota County School Board seems to simply mirror a turn among certain Sarasota residents to divisiveness, slander, hate, and anti-Christian values. I grew up Methodist and learned the values of love and healing that Jesus personified. Now, as a Unitarian Universalist, I too believe in the inherent worth and dignity of every human being. As I watched the last school board election closely and what has come after, I now believe that most of this board, with the notable exception of Tom Walker, ran an election filled with duplicity and deceit. Many Sarasota residents did not expect the school board administrator to be fired on the new board's first day of business. Many of us did not expect that this board would go on a mad crusade of book banning throughout the county. And now, with this rushed and secretive move to engage a 3-month-old company called Vermilion with ties to Christian-based Hillsdale College, it appears that you want to turn this excellent school system, one of the top 4 systems in Florida, into a Christian nationalist enterprise. I find this truly mind-boggling. I have no respect for the diversity of Sarasota's parents and children. Do you actually think that they would be happy that a 31-year-old man with no educational background is being hired to make our outstanding school system better? Really? Do you think that we are such idiots to take this lying down? Do you have so little respect, not only for those of us who oppose this plan, but also for your own supporters, who may not truly, fully realize the harm that this might cause to the future of their children? I urge you to take the high road and stop this madness.
Thank you. Patricia Smith, Seth Stottlemyre. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't do that. We'll take a very brief 5-minute break, how long, Jamal? 3 minutes? 45 seconds. Next up is Patricia Smith, and then after that, Seth Stottlemyre. We're counting. I like your pants. They look nice looking. Are they warm? Because I'm really cold. I like purple.
1, 2.
Okay, we're back in action, and hey guys, let's get back. We have Patricia Smith and Seth Stottlemyre. Guys, we're resuming. Is Patricia Smith here? Okay, Seth Stottlemyre. All right, I'm going to keep going. Tom Matrullo. Okay, great. Thank you. Can we have quiet in the chambers, please?
Hello, my name is Seth Stottlemyre, and I am a resident of Sarasota County. My family has been in Sarasota since the 1950s. My parents were graduates of Sarasota High, and my mom was an English teacher at McIntosh in the 60s and 70s. My wife's family has been here since the 70s. We have lived here for a long time, operated businesses, and had dozens and dozens of kids go through the Sarasota County public school system. We have a 5-year-old who will be entering kindergarten this fall, and we are deeply concerned about what sort of learning environment she will be entering. My wife and I are political moderates. I am a proud gun owner, and I believe in the Second Amendment. I believe in the rule of law. I do not believe in defunding the police and strongly support law enforcement. We attend church regularly, have a strong faith in God, and proudly call ourselves Christians in the tradition of the teachings of Jesus, of love, empathy, forgiveness, and inclusion. The point is, we are hardly left-wing radicals. We do, however, support women's reproductive rights, protecting the environment, and defending democracy. And a critical component to a strong democracy is a fully funded, vibrant, and culturally rich public school system. A school system that vigorously teaches civics and all of our nation's history, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Most Sarasota parents do not want public schools that exclude diversity of academic thought and try to force a narrow-minded, right-wing Christian nationalist agenda on all of us. This is a dangerous move, not supported by the majority of residents of Sarasota County. Any formal moves by this school board to contract with and adopt the recommendations of the Hillsdale College Front Organization Vermilion Group will have wide-ranging consequences on our community. Over the decades, thousands of families have put roots down here and decided to make Sarasota their home. And the reasons they have done so are wide-ranging. Some of the biggest reasons are the existence of our strong public school system and its awesome teachers and vibrant academic curriculum. Another reason is the richness of Sarasota's arts and cultural scene. People don't just move here or live here because there isn't a state income tax. If our public schools are hollowed out, remade to reflect an education agenda that denies scientific truths, historical realities, and marginalizes LGBTQ students and teachers, well, then there will be economic consequences. Progressives, moderates, and physically oriented conservatives will begin to think twice about living here, and many will begin to leave the community. They will take millions and millions of dollars of philanthropy with them, and real estate values will suffer as a result. I urge this board to please reject the plans to work with these outside extreme groups. Please do not let Sarasota become an embarrassment and a laughing stock. It's bad for our kids' education, and it's bad for business. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Matrullo, Paul Mancini, or Mancine. Okay, then Paul, I'm sorry, you said who is not here? Tom? Are you Paul?
Yes, I'm Paul. And I hate this thing, but I got to use it.
Sebastian Martinez is up next. Go ahead.
Okay. Being a school board member is a pretty tough job. I've dealt with school boards most of my life. You have an important position in your community. You know that you can't please everybody, for sure. However, you need to make decisions based on what is right for all the students, not for your beliefs, not for your tendencies, but for all the students. These decisions need to reflect the community as a whole and not a political agenda. After working for GM as an engineer as a young man, I started to work in education, and most of my adult life was as a teacher, as a building administrator, and then finally retired as superintendent. Number of years as superintendent. However, during my tenure as a superintendent in Michigan, it was a conservative governor, conservative legislature, and I didn't agree with things they did or tried to push, like vouchers for non-public schools, but they did some good things. They allowed schools of choice. I think it was great, more competition. They allowed homeschooling, and our district, because of me, we embraced that. We helped these people do that. I wasn't a popular person with some teachers, but I think it's important that you do what is right for all students. What is currently happening in Sarasota schools is a shame. It's probably an attempt to make the district look bad, perhaps in order to accommodate their political bias. I'm speculating they would like the district to be taken over by the state and allow vouchers to use for public funds for non-public schools. The majority of the board, and especially the president, wants to dictate their political bias and beliefs on the whole community. You simply represent your own political views regardless of your moral obligation to do what is best for all students. Everything you disagree with is woke. What you believe in is right. Yes, age appropriateness should be considered in the curriculum, of course, but banning books including truthful history, including race relationships, sexuality, and freedom of expression, reminds me, as others said, of the Nazis during World War II. You've allowed a fellow member to be personally attacked in a public meeting. The majority of this public school board, in my opinion, is a disgrace to our community. A study supported by your president, who sends her kids to a private school based on the Hillsdale religious curriculum, and now she wants to implement that here. I'm not sure the Florida law, but instead of doing that, maybe we should consider recalling some of these board members. Pre-K instruction is so important also. Last comment.
Thank you. Sebastian Martinez, Nicholas Machula, Aaron Clay.
Hello, Sebastian Martinez. Accountability and transparency. Each recently seated member on this board campaigned on these ideas. Madam Chair, at the last board meeting you introduced Vermilion Education, you gave a brief explanation of their purpose and services and explained that you had searched for other firms that provided similar services but were unsuccessful in finding one. For the sake of accountability and transparency, minimally, a list of programs you researched and a reasoning behind why they weren't selected is merited. Despite calls for unity and ridding our district of its political divisiveness, you proposed a company led by a current or recent employee for Hillsdale College, the same college that sparked controversy and student protests at a university level here locally and across the state. The same college whose president called teachers stupid, contracting the same individual who believes in abolishing the Department of Education. Vermilion Education has existed for 3 months and has no record of promoting academic excellence. Why should we, a generally successful and prosperous district, contract a 3-month-old company with no credentials? If I started an IT company and I've existed for 3 months and have nothing to show for my work, why in God's name would a board of a successful corporation hire me to advise them on what they should and shouldn't do? I wouldn't be. It wouldn't make sense. The only point of contact for a company being hired to practically run the district is Ms. Ziegler, not the superintendent, no communication within the district, only Bridget Ziegler. The company will sit in during teacher interviews, review our curriculum, and review collective bargaining agreements, and so much more. Those services sound great, and if we are being honest, this board may need help and assistance to deter from controversy. But if this company can recommend something to the chair, and it immediately be agreed and pushed through by our board, then there is no accountability and no transparency. It is a failure of your campaign promises. Vermilion was introduced, the chair gave a short briefing, and a couple days later, a drafted contract was complete. Flash forward to today. Now you postponed it to the next meeting. You're voting on approving or rejecting a contract. There was no input and no transparency. I believe further discussion should take place between you all in assessing if this is really the best direction our district should be going in. Further researching different services with a proven track record that does not have ties to such controversy, especially one that has ties to controversy and political turmoil here locally. Claiming Vermilion has no agenda, isn't partisan, or doesn't influence our district is the same excuse you all used while campaigning with the governor, Republicans as openly strong conservatives, and work with right-leaning groups. Madam Chair, in your own words, quote, I believe trying to get ourselves as a board focused on areas that we can agree on, keeping that momentum going, modeling that positivity, getting things out that are divisive on all sides, is an opportunity to move us forward. That is what my commitment is, and that is what I believe will hopefully move us to a place where we have much more focused, happy meetings. I 1000% get behind those statements, but as a board, at least 4 of you have continuously used your positions to make decisions that further divide our community, firing a qualified superintendent, cutting early education programs, or refusing to step up to hateful rhetoric. When will you understand the repercussions of this type of rhetoric? When a student takes a razor to their arm in your school bathrooms? Maybe if a student hangs themselves from the ceilings of your schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nicholas Machula, Aaron Clay, Cynthia Smith.
Hi, my name is Erin Clay. I have 2 kids who were born in Sarasota, have grown up here, gone to school here. My daughter's graduating in May. My son's going into high school. Bridget, you said a couple meetings ago you wanted to hear what we want in order to bring people together. Honestly, the first thing on my mind is I would really like to know how on earth you define parental freedom as giving you and your friend Ron DeSantis more authority than I have over some of the most personal details of my kids' lives, what they learn and read, how they live, dress, and make the most intimate and personal decisions about their destinies, health, and bodily autonomy. Secondly, I'd like you to know that as a lesbian mom, The only gay agenda that I know of is existing here in our community just like everyone else, to wake up, go to work, make sure my kids are fed, clothed, cared for, educated, to treat my neighbors the way I want to be treated, and to make my community better for everyone. That's not indoctrination. Also, looking honestly at our history with racism and how it impacts communities today is not indoctrination. What is indoctrination would be hiring a 31-year-old extreme right-wing white Christian nationalist graduate of Hillsdale College who's had his name on a business for less than 6 months to come here and make decisions about what our kids learn, wanting to teach them things like the Civil War had nothing to do with slavery, and Rosa Parks being asked to move on the bus had nothing to do with her skin color, and that the harsh and outdated sex and gender roles that men have used to own, enslave, and oppress women and gender nonconforming folk for millennia is somehow natural and good and the only way to exist in the world. And that somehow that is less harmful than just letting kids live, grow, dress, learn, love however they choose. Also, I want the hate speech and the anti-LGBT rhetoric and baseless public slander to stop being permitted in this setting. Tom does not deserve that, but as he said, it's not just about him, it's about all of us. That language and misinformation, hate, fear, and rhetoric is being used against all of us. Tom shouldn't be subjected to it. I, as a parent, shouldn't be subjected to it. Our students and teachers shouldn't be subjected to it any more than we should be subjected to racist, anti-Semitic, or sexist bigotry. I want to share a quote for our trans kids, our non-binary and queer kids and teachers, just someone I respect and who's inspired me, Hannah Gadsby. She says, "To be rendered powerless does not destroy your humanity. Your resilience is your humanity. The people who lose their humanity are those who believe they have the right to render another human being powerless. They are the weak, to yield and not break. That is incredible strength."
Thank you. Nicholas Machula, Cynthia Smith.
Thank you, Board Chair. You mispronounced my name again this week, and I did provide a phonetic spelling this time. The name is Spanish, by the way. Isn't diversity awesome? After that last meeting, one thing really stuck with me, and that was the homophobic speaker's sarcastic remark to do as I say and not as I do, as if that person had any idea of how to lead by example. Because if I wanted to follow the example of the public comment clowns, I'd come up here and give pointless remarks targeting individuals. I'd use my time clocking them for their Kmart outfits and their day class day behavior, but I won't because I'm above that and there are actual issues to discuss here. Today, this board will vote on 2 contracts with Vermilion Education for work commencing literally next week, although I guess that's getting pushed since that got pushed to the next agenda. There's been no explanation for the need for an outside audit, no competitive bidding process, and no consideration for local Sarasota resources. We want to find solutions and not be further divided. This contract will mimic the extremist takeover of New College and will threaten the jobs and livelihoods of school staff. The founder of Vermilion appears to be concerned with non-existent issues such as critical race theory in K-12 schools. CRT is not taught to elementary school children. It's not even taught to high schoolers. I didn't even hear about it until grad school, by the way. The founder also claims to have found CRT in math textbooks. Like 2 + 2 = critical race
Keep your
theory.
comments to the board, please.
It's like, okay, and is CRT in the room with us right now? We should hire serious organizations with proven knowledge and experience. Vermilion is a 3-month-old company led by somebody seeing ghosts. There should be an open, competitive process, not a secretive one where the vendor is hand-selected. Our community deserves transparency. The purpose of this audit remains unclear. There was no competitive selection process, and there is still uncertainty about the proposed contract. Taxpayers deserve to know more before you send an inexperienced, out-of-state consultant $5,000 per month of their money. I recently received an email from a Nigerian prince. He assured me that if I send him $5,000 a month, yeah, exactly, you see where I'm going with this. I didn't fall for that because I can read and I'm capable of thinking critically. I would hope that the board members this community has misguidedly tasked with administering its schools would also recognize a scam when they see one. Thank you.
Cynthia Smith, Ashley Murphy, Julie, Forstier, can't see that.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Smith. I have a second grader in the schools. I have 2 graduates of the schools. I wanted to start off by giving you all a quote. You don't have to be an expert to educate a child because basically anybody can do it. That was a quote by Dr. Larry Earn. Do you know whose mentor that was? Whose boss that was? That was Jordan Adams, the president of Hillsdale College. That is what he said in Tennessee. Is that what we want for our kids? To hire teachers? Because basically anybody can do it? Are you kidding me? Are you on crack? Yesterday I heard somebody actually say up here that there's 2 sides. There shouldn't be 2 sides. We should all be one community that works together for the benefit of all of our children. All of our children. Not just ones that are special, or ones that are white, or ones that are this, or ones that are that. All children. Doesn't matter what this side says. Doesn't matter what this side says. All of us need to work together. Y'all got elected by, what, 1/3 of the registered voters in the county? Because our county needs, I don't even understand our county. Where were all you? Why weren't you voting? Why were you not voting? I don't understand. Aren't our kids important enough? All of our kids. And then I'm looking at this contract that's supposed to start next week that I know is going to be voted on next week or whatever. And it says that they're going to look at a middle school, they're going to look at an elementary school, they're going to look at a high school. What about Oak Park? What about Pineview? What about all these other little schools that they need help just as much as our regular schools do too? So come on. Just stop. Stop the fighting. Stop the yelling at each other. Just get over yourselves and look at every single one of our children that goes to these schools and ones that are going to be coming up. We deserve it. They deserve it. Our teachers deserve it. Our community deserves it. So knock it off. Grow up.
Is that Cynthia? Are you Cynthia Smith? Or Aaron?
I'm Ashley Murphy.
Go right.
Oh,
Sorry, Ashley
okay.
Murphy.
All right.
And then Julie Borstein, sorry.
We need to be teaching a curriculum based on fact and rooted in science and not agendas. And there is clearly a different element that cares about feelings versus facts. That's a quote from you, Mrs. Ziegler, in the Sarasota Magazine article, July 18th, 2022. My name is Ashley Murphy. My pronouns are she, her, and I am not here today out of fear, but rather accountability. I grew up in Venice, and I attended Sarasota County schools from 2nd grade until I graduated from Venice High in 2003. My mother worked for Sarasota County District in the transportation department for nearly 20 years. Shortly after I finished college, I moved back to Sarasota County in 2008, and I started a family here in 2013. I have 2 amazing children who now attend Sarasota County elementary schools. And frankly, I am concerned about the direction in which this school board is headed. For one, we have the biggest proponent of parental rights sitting as the school board chair, which she will likely take as a compliment because of her constant desire for political clout on social media. But let's be real. When you say parental rights, you mean as long as the parents agree with her Moms for Liberty agenda and beliefs. As we all know, you don't even have children in the public school systems, but we'll circle back to that later. If parental rights are truly at the core of your values on this board, then surely you support the rights of all parents to advocate for their children's educational needs, not just those who fall under the conservative Christian nationalist beliefs. Speaking of which, I'll get to the reason I'm here, Vermilion education. Something smells fishy here. No, it's not red tide. Could it be the stench of a potential closed-door deal with a 3-month-old consultancy? It reeks of a lack of transparency and the potential mismanagement of our children's public education. We know that the same group who is responsible for the hostile takeover of New College has ties to the head representative of this consultancy. I believe it is also true that the Hillsdale College is responsible for the curriculum at the charter school where Bridget Ziegler's daughter attends. Do we want to talk about how the proposal for Vermillion Education came about? Is now the good time to talk about transparency? If hiring this consultancy is truly about removing bias, why not give it the selection process its due diligence? The individuals who serve on this board who preach the most about refuting indoctrination and pushing ideologies are actually the ones ushering it in with this Trojan horse proposal of Vermillion's educational consultancy. You are setting a dangerous precedent with this rush selection. Despite what you say, your priorities are not actually protecting the children who will experience the results and consequences of this school board's actions. You do not advocate for the betterment of education for all students, and we know that now. Let's call this what it actually is, an attempted takeover of public education via a consultancy that falsely touts their erasure of facts as quality, unbiased education.
Thank you. Julie
You're the real MVP,
Forstier
Tom.
And Jill Lewis-Spector. Jill Lewis-Spector. What was the name before that? I can't read the last name. It's Julie Forstier. Okay. Jill Lewis-Spector, Robin Halpern.
Hi, I'm Robin Halpern, and I agree with everything that's been said about Vermillion, but that's not what I was totally appalled seeing what happened here for the last two meetings and the treatment of Tom Edwards, I'm sorry, I'm doing what everybody else did because I'm nervous, by some of the community. To imply that he's grooming our children is absurd. The only people that are grooming children are the people who spew such nonsense. They're grooming their own children to become bigots. It's abhorrent to me that the school board did nothing to stop this hateful rhetoric. Shame on you, Bridget Ziegler.
Thank you. Jeffrey Halpern, Paulina Testerman.
Hello, I'm Jeff Halperin, and I'd like to address two issues. First, according to the Sarasota School Board website, quote, all guest speakers are asked to conduct themselves in a manner in which our students would be proud, close quote. Clearly, that has not been happening here, and those of you with the authority to uphold that rule have been derelict in your duty. The venomous personal attacks that were spewed at the last couple of school board meetings are offensive and disgusting. It's the duty of the chair to quickly cut those off and shut them down. Second, I strongly object to the consideration of hiring Vermillion as a consulting firm for Sarasota schools. Our schools have been doing just fine, maintaining A ratings throughout almost the last 2 decades. Bringing in a right-wing religious organization to review books and curricula will be highly damaging to the education of our students. A small but vocal group of parents and/or consultants should not be allowed to dictate what our children are exposed to in public schools. If individual parents do not want their children to be exposed to such materials and ideas, they can ask for their children to be excused from specific lessons, or better yet, send them to private schools that fit with their ideology. The public schools should not be changed to fit the ideology of a small group of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Paulina Testerman and Tara L. Tom.
Good afternoon. My name is Paulina Testerman. I am the mom of 2 children in the district. Where do I even begin? Instead of focusing on strategically placed distraction like Mrs. Ziegler's Twitter page, where she wears a transphobic t-shirt this week, I'm going to focus on the underlying theme, which is this board's general lack of transparency. Ironically, Mrs. Ziegler, Mrs. Marinelli, and Mr. Enos ran on campaign promises to ensure transparency. But this week's scorecard reflects a complete disregard for their campaign promises. The board is is planning to hire Hillsdale College. I mean, Vermilion Education, and it's really the same thing, let's be honest. This company, and I use the term loosely, has been in existence for 3 months. Vermilion has 0 track record, 0 clients, 0 staff, 0 success rate, 0 history. In spite of this, Mrs. Ziegler seems giddy over the services that Vermilion can provide to this board, and then conveniently failed to share the information with the public as the documentation was not attached to the March 21st work session agenda. Mr. Edwards specifically states to Mrs. Ziegler that she failed to notify the public, and Mrs. Ziegler dismissed him, looking at the computer and said, "It shows that it's attached." Vermilion was originally listed on the school board agenda when I looked on March 17th, and then it just disappeared. Why was it removed? Why were you not notifying the public? Why would Mrs. Ziegler pull this from the agenda? What is she hiding? Why doesn't she want the public notified? Is it because she was hoping to sneak in this consulting firm without community input? Why didn't the board get other bids for comparable services? Isn't that school board policy? Is this the wild, wild west or a professional school board with policies? Vermilion Education's website claims to provide, quote, guidance for boards. Don't we have attorneys to help with legal guidance? Why would we pay a consultant to do what our attorneys are already paid to do? Vermilion also claims to provide, quote, district improvement planning. I'm curious if interim superintendent Dr. Foster feels that her decision last week to cut the Title I pre-kindergarten classes for next year is a good district improvement. Why does this district want to create problems instead of preventing them? Why are you cutting programs for our most vulnerable students? Why hasn't Dr. Foster announced this to the public before today? Why wasn't there a community conversation about it to let us know that this was on the chopping block? Why are we hearing about it after the vote? Parents and teachers deserve to know the success rate of this program and the impact of cutting the program, cutting the program will have on students and teachers. We want to know how many students will show up for kindergarten in August of 2024 without the foundation of knowledge that is needed to make them successful. Please don't try to convince the public that this board and district cares about reading scores when you're doing everything in your power to ensure that students fail. I don't care which side of the aisle you sit on. This is a bad decision. Ask any teacher in our district. Desmond Tutu once said, there comes a point where we need to stop pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in.
Thank you.
It's time to act.
Tara L. Tom and Harold Young, then Shirley Brown.
Hi, I'm Tara Cater. I'm a mother of 4 children, and I live here in Sarasota. I'm also a nurse practitioner in the community and the founder of a group called Americans for Democracy, which everyone should join. Since COVID, I watched with concern as our school board and our community succumbed to extremism. I started Americans for Democracy, also known as Florida Moms Against DeSantis, prior to the midterm election. And I watched the nasty campaign culminating in the hate group Moms for Liberty taking over our school board. And I continued to watch as Florida and the school board slip further and further into fascism. The most recent Christian nationalist idea is to bring in this Vermilion Education. And we have done some of our homework, as you can see here today. We all know that they have ties to Hillsdale College, that it's only been around for 3 months. And it's a school that blurs the lines between the separation of church and state. They are attempting to bring white Christian nationalism to our public schools. Christian nationalism attempts to whitewash our history, which of course we know that's what Ron DeSantis is promoting with his authoritarian agenda. Their agenda is to have Florida schools align civic and history curriculum with right-wing Christian perspective. If we want to talk about what actual indoctrination is, this is it. As the mother of an LGBTQ teenager here in Sarasota, the Vermilion Education doesn't appear that it's going to be very inclusive to students like her. It also doesn't appear that it's going to be very inclusive to children that are Black and brown. Diverse environments foster critical thinking, but of course Ron or his foot soldiers, Moms for Liberty, don't want to encourage critical thinking. They want to breed and indoctrinate future conservatives. I strongly oppose bringing in Vermilion Education. Their entire agenda is politically motivated. It has no place in Sarasota schools. And what you are also attempting to do here in Sarasota to our our Tom Edwards is absolutely wrong in so many ways, and I don't have the time. Tom, we want you to know that our group of over 8,000 mostly Floridians are not going to let you go down without a fight. We are also woke, and we are proud to be woke. And just to define woke here for all of you, it means to recognize that there are systemic injustices in American society and that we need to fix them. And that is just the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Harold Young and then Shirley Brown.
Good afternoon. I'm Harold Young, and I'm with the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. The goal there, of course, is to research, promote, interpret, and distribute information about African Americans. Our governor likes to refer to Florida as the Free State. He proudly announces to the world that Florida is the bastion of freedom where parents control their children's education, where left-leaning radicals are removed from the classroom, boardrooms, or appointed commissions, where LGBTQ people must deny their identity or remain silent. Everybody can carry a gun, regardless of their permit or training, and where a small group of well-funded right-wing ideologues will determine what books can be read, what classes can be taught, and what choices are acceptable in each of our lives. I've got news for Governor DeSantis. This is not freedom. Freedom is embodied in the Emancipation Proclamation, the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 19th Amendments. Freedom is embodied in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, 65, and 1968. Freedom is embodied in the United States Supreme Court's decision on marriage equality. Freedom is my right to send my children to school and expect that common sense gun control measures might ensure that they return home after school. Freedom is our children's rights to learn the truth about history, including its beauty, the horror, no matter how wrenching it may be. Banning schools, threatening teachers and administrators, and hiring monitors like the Vermillion Group is not freedom, it's fascism. 65 years ago, I was 15 years old, from Virginia, a neighbor. I grew up in Arlington County, Virginia. A neighboring county, Prince Edward County, closed the school for 4 years because they didn't want to integrate the school. They did not like the idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion. But guess what? The state legislature funneled money to private organizations and churches to allow the white kids to go to school, while the black kids didn't have school for 4 years. Are we headed in that direction on the whole issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion? Thank you.
Thank you. Shirley Brown and Holly DeVault, I think.
I'm Shirley Brown, and for 16 years I was a member of the school board. I've been watching the meetings and was a little confused at the discussion at the end of the last workshop about Vermillion and what that meant. And I was very surprised when the agenda came out that there was a contract attached to it. And when I looked at that contract, that the man from Vermillion, Jordan Adams, would be working directly with the school board chair. Like, this is so highly irregular. The school board does not run the district. The superintendent does. I called our interim superintendent and asked her, why would you be ceding your power to this? And she said, oh, no, that's just there for discussion. I said, no. And I took a picture. I said, no, it's an item on the agenda. I'm glad it's been pulled. But the start date was April 10th. Normally, when we go out to get a contract with a company that's going to give advice to the district. The superintendent would work with staff, and we have a whole department that would look and they would vet this company. I can't imagine that our staff that we have would have vetted a company that's only in business for 3 months and that has no background, no educational experience, no degrees in education to tell us how to run our district. Also, there was no protections in there because they're going to have access to our system. No protection to make sure that they don't put vulnerabilities in our system or that they don't take our information and then sell it because now they're going to be advising other districts. There is some concern that just like politics went into New College and is going to make New College the Hillsdale College of the South, I surely hope that Vermillion and Hillsdale doesn't sneak in and become the charter school district of the South for K-12. And I'm also wondering why we're not hearing the effects of House Bill 1. Tell us how much it's going to cost our taxpayers. You should know how many students are in private schools now and how many students are in homeschooling now. Just take those numbers, come out and tell us how much that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly Voigt, Mary Levine.
Hello, my name is Holly DeVote, and I'm with the Inglewood Democratic Club. I'm a Unitarian. Yay!
Ms. DeVote, can you keep your comments to the board, please?
Oh, sure. Anyway, I'd like to ask a question about how horrible it was for Tom Edwards to be reading to children. I feel, how could he possibly do that? Isn't that what we want people to do? Reading to children is important. And if we were going to talk about Tom Edwards, we'd talk about the fact that he collaborated with Sarasota County businesses to improve the vocational education in Northport. He has actually done things that have helped students. So I support Tom Edwards. Cutting the pre-K classes, the training is abhorrent. This is very important for our kids, and why would you, that just stops them from being ready for school. Ask the teachers how they feel about it. Character Strong, what a wonderful program. We're gonna cut it even though it's already paid for the year. Talking about Jordan Adams' company, I'll reiterate everyone's comment about fiscal responsibility. And I also support the comment about the vouchers. What is it gonna cost? And with the latest DeSantis thing about guns, are you considering allowing them in schools also for their protection? Anyway, I support Tom Edwards. I'm against Jordan Adams, as has been most everyone I have heard today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Levine, Lindsay Howell, Juliana Perry. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have Mrs. Rose get them.
Hello, I'm Mary Levine. I'm from Northport, and I cannot believe that on a hot Florida afternoon, I'm at a school board meeting, and all these people are too, and I'm so proud of you. And there were so many people out there. Some had to leave because the heat just got to be too much. But I just kind of hope this puts everybody on notice. School boards were never a thing I really paid that much attention to after my son was done being in school, but I have started watching these meetings on the computer at home, and I am gobsmacked. I can't believe what happened with Mr. Edwards. That was crazy. And I also can't believe he's being targeted as, this, I don't know, woke individual. Because, all due respect, sir, I like you, but as a progressive, when I've seen him speak, I'm like, oh gosh, this guy is so moderate, I can't stand it. So, I mean, it's just ridiculous to me. And then, I was just watching and I thought, well, am I going to come to this? And then I read this thing yesterday from about Vermilion, and I'm from Michigan. I'm a registered voter in Florida now, but I still spend 6 months out of the year in Michigan. So I'm super familiar with Hillsdale because in my locality, for all practical purposes for the local election, I had to vote in the Republican primary. So I'm on their mailing list, so I'm very familiar with them. And I was really alarmed when I saw how young this company was, that there was no competitive bidding process. And in the article I read, when Mrs. Ziegler was asked about, how this came to her attention, she had something else to do. And I'm like, maybe that's changed since then, but it sort of felt like I want to give my friend, a chance to build their business. And I'm thinking, well, that's a noble sentiment, but not on my dime. So, thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Howell, Juliana Perry, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your last name, Blagoen. Lindsay Howell.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Howell, and I'm an actual public school parent, and not the frauds who pose themselves and speak at these meetings as if they have children in our public school system, but are just loud and petulant political activists. Let me repeat that. Political activists have invaded these meetings month after month, pushing forward policy change the majority of those you actually serve don't want. I'm a personal product of this public school system, as is my husband. We were honor students and decorated athletes who went on to represent Sarasota Public Schools at D1 universities and received our degrees. We chose to come back to Sarasota to raise our children for all the reasons people love Sarasota. I love my town, and I love the schools inside this community. I feel the need to speak on their behalf. First, I want to remind the school board that you represent an A district. Let me repeat that, an A-graded district for almost 20 years, and far before the likes of all of you came to sit in your board positions. But now we're being introduced to Vermilion, a 3-month-old company to tell our district how to run. This feels foolish, a rushed decision, and a waste of taxpayer dollars. A 3-month-old company with no actual experience with a district like ours. Our schools are not a one-size-fits-all, which is a reason for our decades of success. The majority of this board speaks of conservative values. How is spending more money on a consulting firm for a district that is A-rated holding up to conservative values? As an actual public school parent, we don't want you spending our money on consulting firms. Further, in the wake of another school shooting tragedy, we here in Sarasota County, with the help of the majority of the board, has opened up our schools to more non-background checked adults at the busiest time of the day, morning drop-off. To be clear, there are not just parents allowed to walk children into school. Let's call them adult companions. The petulant minority will say that our teachers, our administrators, and parents like me don't want my fellow parents in our schools. This is ridiculous and untrue. Actual public school parents want our children safe. Actual public school parents want minimal disruptions in the morning. Actual public school parents want our teachers and administrators to feel supported. Actual public school parents want compromise. This policy change was a failed policy change on your part. In the first day alone, less than 1% of our 42,000 plus students were walked to class by their adult companion. That's 161 students only. I request again that only way their parent adult companion can walk them to class is with a Volunteer 2 level badge. We need more safety measures in play if you all are determined to open up our schools to more non-background checked adults. As an actual public school parent, we want compromise. We want transparency. We want less board-driven politics in our school system. Public school parents want high-achieving and safe schools, period. And As an actual public school parent, I know many teachers and parents that voted for Zem, that voted for Rose. I can assure you they will not be voting for you again unless you begin to serve those you actually serve. Public school parents, enjoy your short tenure.
Thank you. Juliana I'm sorry. Is Juliana here? Can you say your last name for me?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I'm Juliana Pare Blagoyev.
Thank you.
And it is a hard
Carson
name.
is after that. Thank you.
Thank you. I graduated from middle and high school, public high schools here in Florida.
Can you please, please?
Sure. And then I had the honor to also graduate from New College of Florida. I'm speaking as a private citizen, one who draws on 30 years of experience working on educational research. Experience that began when I was at New College completing my senior thesis. It was on Sarasota's consideration of public school choice back in the 1990s. At that time, Sarasota was the largest district to have considered it. I also conducted research at that time in collaboration with the Florida State Department of Education. Currently, I'm a faculty member at Johns Hopkins University in the School of Education. We teach our students there to use relevant research to address our educational challenges. I ask the board leadership here, do you want one outside consultant and your board chair to have the lion's share of influence, or do you want stakeholders to be engaged? If you want stakeholders to be engaged, good news, you are on your way to drawing on research to inform educational practice. Here's a few brief bullet points about the history and purpose of engaging in curriculum review of the type that Vermillion is being brought in to see. I am addressing you directly, board, but I would also like the stakeholders here to know that I am addressing them because they should be involved and be able to draw on the research that's necessary to guide this process in a thoughtful manner. Curriculum auditing has a long history in the United States, dating back to 1837 when Horace Mann used his questionnaire to create a report for the Massachusetts State Board of Education. The completion of the first curriculum management review in 1979 in the Columbus Public Schools in Ohio marked a significant milestone in the evolution of education analysis and evaluation. I'm noticing that I don't have everybody's attention. Thank you. The comprehensive curriculum audit design proposed by Fenwick English consists of several stages, including defining the purpose, analyzing data, identifying strengths and weaknesses of the curriculum, developing recommendations for improvement. The design should involve engagement of all stakeholders. Conditions for effective audits include that the objectives need to be clearly defined and communicated, that there be competent and independent auditors. We all know and we are grateful that in our country no one is above the law. I agree with other speakers concerned about the danger of using fear to derive decision-making, and in these regards, I will leave you with these words. It's not research. This comes from the heart. It's poetry. There's a place for the arts as well as science. It doesn't matter if you win a battle there or here. We tread the arc towards justice despite your sowing fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita Carson. And Christopher Covelli.
I came here today to start talking about Vermillion, but I feel like that's been heavily covered, so I'm going to let that one go. I also came to talk about the dignity and human value of LGBTQ students, LGBTQ faculty and staff, and LGBTQ families. But again, the amazing community here has shown up and shown out and spoken about that in dramatic and heartfelt passion. So I'm going to skip that and instead talk about how these actions in this county are going to affect students that aren't in those groups, even though that's who you're targeting. I have been a teacher in Florida for a decade. I'm a highly effective science teacher. We don't grow on trees, and if you've noticed, we are lacking teachers in this state. It's not actually true, though, that we're lacking them. We're lacking teachers willing to work in the conditions that are created here. And by creating worse conditions in your schools, specifically for LGBTQ educators, you are harming every student. Because you have one less science teacher in your classroom, you have one less math teacher in your classroom, you have one less person that cares about those kids. So even if you are not going to care about the kids that are marginalized, this is impacting every single student in your schools because you are creating a place where people don't want to come to work.
I say that as a 10-year educator who left the classroom at the end of last year because I no longer felt like I could support my students fully. Because we are limited in how we can speak to them, how we can support them, what we can say to them, how we can build relationship with them. Building relationships with students is imperative to be able to teach them. Kids will not remember most of the time what you say, but how you treat them. And by the laws that are being passed and by the vitriol that is coming from this room, we are having a harder time getting teachers in our classrooms. And that hurts every single student. So I hope, even if you are not going to talk about or think about marginalized students, that you think about your classrooms sitting empty or being filled with substitutes, because that is harming the academic performance of every student in Sarasota. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Covelli, Denise Flynn.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christopher Covelli, co-founder and board member of Project Pride, 4 years. Co-chair with Equality Florida, 12 years. Florida Wine Fest and Auction, 20 years for caring children in Sarasota, Manatee County. Sarasota chefs move to school also. Sarasota City and County is a place of diversity, love, and understanding. It's a peaceful community, and you're trying to destroy it. Not going to happen. Our numbers will eventually outweigh when it comes to your hatred. I'm getting nerved up because listening to everybody, it's debilitating. I'm not here only to advocate for public school students and their families. I'm also here to serve as a reminder that you truly don't understand the gravity of your actions. You have poked the bear one too many times. See it how you may. Let's talk about code of ethics and principles for education professionals in Florida and Sarasota County. Your personal views should have no validity when it comes to making decisions for public education, and the following actions should not be taken as well. 1, to suppress, distort subject matter relevant to a student's academic program. You shall not harass or discriminate against any student based on race, color, religion, political belief, sexual orientation, ethnic origin, social, and family background. Some board members, their actions since day one as being board members has shown you have violated all of the above and more. If you want to bring Vermilion to Sarasota, why don't we just switch the page? Why don't you go somewhere else and bring Vermilion there? Ms. Ziegler, I apologize for this, not. You're not qualified to be a board member and certainly not the chair. Several board members have shown no restraint in attacking the public school systems, its children, their families, not to mention their peer, Mr. Tom Edwards. I'm a husband, father, brother, cousin, uncle, grandfather, and a great-grandfather. I know I don't look it, but. And I'm gay. I'm sure you figured that one out already. I care about Sarasota and its community and its children. Tom, Mr. Tom Edwards, this is tough. I know they can't hurt you because you remind me of my husband, Greg Young. He was my hero who unfortunately passed due to COVID. I now have a new hero in education, and it is you. Greg was an openly gay man who was a teacher for 33 years and then vice president and president of the Missouri National Education Association. He was voted into office as an openly gay man in a majority Republican state. We have a fight ahead of us, and we will succeed. Just know that I stand with you on your re-election, and the school board will be seeing a lot more of me.
Thank you. Denise Flynn and Laura Moran. I'm going to keep going. Laura Moran, Marianne Vitello, Edward Hartnett.
Good afternoon, everyone. Superintendent, board members. My name is Edward Hartnett. I'm a voter and registered in Sarasota County. I'm so inspired by what I've heard today. I'd like to start off with an example of something that really gets me angry. When I observe a parent or adult treating a child in a rough or physically abusive manner in public in the name of discipline and parental rights, I get really angry. Similarly, when I observe public officials bullying through their pet projects and policies without a visible screening process, I get angry. Related to all of this is my reflection on my early life as a young boy growing up in Boston in the 1950s, the oppressive and shut-down nature of that time, and my experiences could have gone badly had it not been for a loving family environment which nurtured my strengths and valued my personhood, if not my developing gayness. For their environment, and prevailing social agreement were ignorant and homophobic. Lucky for me, I got to graduate school in New York City in the mid-1960s, where I began to haltingly flourish as a gay man, and in fact met my husband Frank in 1969. Consequently, I'm proud to echo and add to the Equality Florida speaking chorus here today. Having grown up with two teacher parents and then pursuing a career-long education and counseling career, I have a keen respect for and value for public education. As it intertwines with our democratic values and experience as Americans, it has withstood the assaults of operatives who view it and its taxpayer funding as a personal piggy bank and career money-making political stepping stone. In this context, I wish to put forth the need for board chair to voluntarily step aside from her board chairmanship or be removed from that position. You ask why. Number one, she has demonstrated ineptitude and ignorance in educational matters and a personal ambition involving Florida state politics. Number two, Ms. Ziegler is a founder of the organization Moms for Liberty, an organization committed to extremist views which promote arbitrary parental rights, which are disingenuous at best and blatantly camouflaged in order to charge at and attack school curriculums which mention LGBTQ+, race, and the banning of books which address gender and sexuality. Ms. Ziegler's formal education is limited to business studies at Florida International. No judgment, just a fact. Number four, most importantly, Ms. Ziegler's board chairing incompetence, as demonstrated by her undisciplined manner in conducting meetings.
Thank you. Diane Davis. Francis Goldberg. Harriet Layden. I'll keep going. Robert Glantz. Debbie Blackwell. Kurt Whitaker. Pam Nolan. Bruce Lehman. All right. Just say your name. No, that's okay. That's okay.
Pam Nolan. Hi, I'm Pam Nolan. I am a Sarasota County resident and voter. Never spoken to the school board before, but thank you for hearing me today. Do watch it on the computer, though. So to address Vermillion, which I just saw that it's been postponed, but we all don't like the lack of transparency or the lack of choices in the consultants, and maybe the one consultant that was found not being qualified. But my question is, what is wrong with diversity, equity, and inclusion? What's wrong with that? What are you afraid of? It's okay. So I just want to entreat each board member that maybe some things weren't so good in the past, but you start now. Start now. You can always start to do the right thing a little more. Thank you.
Thank you. Was Kurt Whitaker here? Robin Williams. You're not yet, but you're coming up. I know your name. Bruce Lehman. All right. Did I say Robin? I did call Robin. Oh, okay. No, she's at the bottom.
The reason I'm here is because a while back I read in the newspaper about what happened to Tom Edwards. And I have to tell you, I was just shocked, absolutely shocked. And I had an initial reaction of anger. And so what I wanted to do was to come and test this new theory of tolerance for free speech on the part of the board and, give that same treatment perhaps to Ms. Ziegler. But since I am a Christian, by the way, I literally prayed about it and thought, no, that's not right. That's not what Jesus would like. Ever since that day, however, I open up the newspaper and I see more and more and more, and it's just one story after another. And congratulations, Madam Chair. You made the New York Times a couple of days ago. You're in the Herald Tribune yesterday, and a story about you and the governor is front page New York Times today. And you said, you were quoted in the New York Times as saying, "We won't stand for this, we won't back down. If unlawful actions were taken, this development agreement will be nullified." Now, you are talking about an agreement here that you're signing. I've been in big law in Washington for 50 years. And I'm here to caution you. I hope you would take my caution and back down from this. But I think you're going to find, and especially if you read New York Times, Disney is not going to back down. And you're going to be up against some really good lawyers, and you're going to lose. And you may, and I would advise you all to get some lawyers yourself. And leave you with one thought. Make sure what you put in your emails. Now, we know we have the Sunshine Law, but you are going to probably be subject to litigation, and you are going to be heavily scrutinized. And you're going to lose every ounce of privacy that you have, as every single email that you write, everything you do will ultimately come out in discovery in a litigation. And that's where you're going if you continue in this course of action and if you approve this contract.
Thank you. Icky Kozile, and Robin Williams. I know Robin, you're up. And then after that's Joyce Peralta.
I just handed some petitions I got that just in the last day to people wanting you to uphold decorum and stop defamatory speech here, Ms. Ziegler. On the other issue, is it any accident that after DeSantis' hostile takeover of New College to turn it into the Hillsdale of the South, the next frontier would be imposing a parochial Christian conservative Hillsdale on our public education system? Unfortunately, over the last several years, the Sarasota School District seems to be the testing ground for every Republican wrecking ball scheme for public education nationally. Who told Ms. Ziegler about Vermillion? Was it Governor DeSantis who recently appointed her to the Reedy Creek takeover? Or did she select it in consultation with the Corcoran crew? Richard Corcoran's brother-in-law is at Hillsdale. Wife Ann started several of Hillsdale's so-called K-12 classical schools, including the one that just made international news, that had the principal fired over Michelangelo's David because of parental rights. Oh, parental rights. Ms. Ziegler, do you see where your parental rights Pandora's box has led? Pandora's box. That's a classical tale taught in public schools that we all should have heeded. Hillsdale's K-12 curriculum pushes the anti-CRT, pseudo-patriotic 1776 curriculum Trump touted in reaction to the 1619 Project, which re-examined the consequences of American slavery and the contributions of Black Americans to our nation's story. Company founder and sole person listed with Vermillion, Jordan Adams, only 31. He's what we'd call a newbie teacher, and his only education was at 2 Hillsdale College, his undergraduate, and then a private Catholic college. And then after his couple years of being a newbie teacher, he became the interim director of curriculum at Hillsdale. According to his LinkedIn page, he gives the date of being founder of Vermilion as March 2023, and until March was with Hillsdale. Was he trying to make it look like he ended his association with Hillsdale before starting the company? Michigan records show he actually started Vermilion in December when he was still at Hillsdale. Seems likely to surmise Vermilion's a consultant front company for Hillsdale as it seeks to expand its grip into public ed. Hillsdale's Barney Charter School Initiative has been involved with Florida since 2019. Adams was part of the team responsible for changes to the civics curriculum, which appalled civics teachers who took training for the revised course last summer. It was criticized for its narrow, distorted view of American history, slavery, and so-called patriotism. Adams also helped with the banned book list for math textbooks. The scope of the consulting work Vermilion spells out in its proposed contract is so it spans it.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Joyce Peralta, Gary Howell, Bill Hayes.
Hello, Joyce Peralta from Sarasota County. Respectfully, Sarasota School Board Chair Bridget Ziegler, your lack of control over the slander and libel personal comments in these meetings towards Tom Edwards is completely unacceptable. If personal slanderous comments are made toward anyone, including you, in these public meetings, you have an obligation to stop them. To Sarasota parents, please wake up and see what the Sarasota Board is doing to your A-rated schools. Today's proposal, although postponed, to accept Vermilion as a consultant with far too much control is the critical step in destroying Sarasota public schools completely. This was set in motion when the board chose to remove Superintendent Asplin without cause. Who is Vermilion? Vermilion is connected to Hillsdale College, as we've heard, and has existed for a maximum of 3 months. Its goal is to create and supervise religious charter schools. Larry Arnn, the president of Hillsdale College, described public teachers' colleges as dumb. Yes, he must be referring to top-rated teachers' universities like Stanford, consistently rated #1 in the nation for public education programs. Hillsdale is not a highly rated school for public education majors. Vermilion is run by Jordan Adams, a 31-year-old who perhaps worked as a teacher for a few years. It's hard to tell. Its predecessor was Hillsdale College Barney's Charter School Initiative. Barney's Charter School Initiative partnered with over 70 schools, reaching over 14,000 students. President of Hillsdale College, Larry Arnn's daughter, ran Barney School's Charter Initiative. Many of these schools have chosen to disassociate with the Barney Initiative. Many that signed on with the Barney program found they wanted to control how the schools did business, not just advise. One of the schools was in Naples, Florida, and is in a lawsuit with Barney now. Do we want a lawsuit here in Sarasota as well? Are we not wasting enough taxpayer dollars? Is Vermilion just a rename of the same program? Sure seems like it. I'm from Michigan. I'm very familiar with Hillsdale's Charter School Initiative and their coordination and funding from Betsy DeVos. They opened schools in Michigan promising great results. They instead hired principals and teachers without education degrees and little oversight. These were for profit. They picked and chose their students, yet still had disappointing results. Why on earth would our public A-rated school system sign a contract with affiliations with charter school programs from Hillsdale? Chairman Ziegler and the newly elected conservative board members, you did not run for election based on telling voters this was your plan. You say you want transparency. Where is your transparency? Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Howell, Bill Hayes, Mackenzie Valenza.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gary Howell. I taught math at Florida Institute of Technology and North Carolina State University. I'm an alumni of New College, so when Richard Corcoran took over, I started researching a little bit, and also researching the math books. We had a math book. Last year most math books were disallowed in Florida state schools. So a year ago, Richard Corcoran was kind of in trouble. Jefferson County had tried going all charter schools, and they had, and the state commission, the education cabinet decided that they would charge them roughly 30% of their budget to for consulting fees to go back to being public. because it was such a disaster. The Jefferson County's literacy rate went from 40% to 20% under the charter schools, so nobody was really willing to do it anymore. So it was a rushed contract, and it didn't smell too good. So Corcoran was on his way out. But fortunately, he hired Jordan Adams to work on the math books. So they ended up, for first and second grade math books, they disallowed all but one company. It turned out they didn't actually have a math book. What they had was an online resource. And so people could look it up. And fortunately, of course, as far as I can tell from talking to math teachers, no one pays any attention to this, or at least in Brevard County, where I live. So it didn't really destroy math education because all they had left was an online resource, which was, it's kind of interesting. It's written by, all right. But so anyway, he can be very useful because that's what showed up in the news. We did not get news about the $3 million contract, which it was messed up enough it didn't actually go out. But it probably ended Richard Corcoran's tenure as Commissioner of Education. And fortunately for him, he's landed on his feet, and now we at New College, who donate to New College, pay $500,000 of his salary is from our donations to New College, right? So he's done well, but so he might be similarly useful here. So that's his use. He covers up stuff by creating culture wars, imagining things wrong with math books. I haven't really found anybody who could find anything wrong with those first and second grade math texts. But anyway, fortunately, Jordan Adams could, and that was very useful for some people. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bill Hayes, Mackenzie Valenza, Kia
Hi,
Brand.
my name is Bill Hayes. I wanted to go ahead and start by saying that my son was a graduate of Sarasota High School, so I'm familiar with a lot of what has gone on. He went on to graduate from Florida State, and in fact, this week was one of several commencement speakers. I believe a large part of his success stems directly from his time at Sarasota High School. Academics are important, and school boards, parents, and teachers have spent years working diligently to provide a positive learning environment. In my opinion and others, a lot of time and effort, thought, and planning were always forefront in building a strong, safe place for academics. However, it is as important that teachers and faculty develop relationships with students. They're sounding boards, in effect, for the thousands of students they teach. It is so important, and let me stress this one more time, it is important that trust be established in order for students to be able to spend 5 days a week in a school environment. The opinions that matter most are those of the parents whose children currently attend Sarasota Public Schools, and from the teachers and administrators who work with them every day. The local community should decide for themselves how to best go forward. And seriously, if I make an A and somebody tears me down, we should be worried if we were C and D, not A. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mackenzie Valenza, Kia Brand, Tallulah Brand.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Mr. Edwards, the remainder of the board. Hello, my name is Mackenzie Valenza, and I'm sure you all have heard, everybody has been discussing the board consultant that will be put in. And I haven't heard any student perspectives, so as you all have heard from these other speakers, I would like to give a student perspective from my opinion. I'm currently a 9th grader at Riverview High School, and instead of coming up here and speaking about the issues that are actually happening inside of my own classroom, I'm here to try and understand this said board consultant. as many here have also tried to. In good spirits, I don't feel like I need to name names, but one of the current board members stated that they wanted to be kept out of the fire that would be thrown at them. Do you mean the opinions of parents and students who feel like you're adopting fascism into our schools? Additionally, what is this company, Vermilion Education? I decided to look up the company and found out that it was only 3 months old. I personally would not feel comfortable being advised by a 3-month-old company where the listed resident agent is formerly worked for the same conservative Christian college that Ron DeSantis is trying to turn New College into currently. I find that weird. We also see that Mr. Adams was a textbook reviewer, looking for critical race theory and other, quote, woke ideas. Did this decision to try to appoint Adams have to do with his conservative views on prior jobs? In my opinion as a student, you are bringing the values of these conservative Christians into our schools. Instead, why are we not educating adolescents on normal bodily functions, like a period? I'm sorry. At that age, why are we bringing religion into schools? A religion that does not apply to all people. While one might say that implementing religion into schools is not indoctrination of anyone or their ideology, but the whole point of schooling is education on what we need to know. I've heard from those who disagree, and we will keep fighting keep religious indoctrinations out of our schools. And thank you for your hard work. But when do we cross the line between church and state? Thank you for your time.
Kia Brand. And then Tallulah Brand.
Hi, my name is Kaya Brand.
Sorry.
And I'm a parent of a student that attends Sarasota County Schools. As a lot of people here today, I am against the signing of the contract with Vermilion Education. When I looked at the contract for the district improvement study, I saw a lot of to be determined. The district is going to spend money to a company that's only been in business for 3 months with no track record. Even the board contract doesn't have all the costs spelled out. The district also spent a lot of money in getting rid of Dr. Asplin. Then I watched the board workshop yesterday, and there is a firm we now have to pay to replace Dr. Asplin. There's more spending going on than seems necessary, especially when we know HB1 was passed and we have no idea how that will impact our schools. The district budget just cut funding for pre-K in our Title I schools, our children and families that need those pre-K schools the most. Today I got 2 emails, one congratulating me for being Booker Middle's Volunteer of the Year. I appreciate the recognition, I really do. We know how many volunteers we had in our parent involvement for the first 4 months of our school year. 1, me. The budget for parent involvement this year, $946. Booker Middle is the only Title I middle school in our county. The other email I got today, the meeting for the District Parent and Family Engagement Event Advisory Council, which I was honored to be asked to be on, is being rescheduled once again. The council is part of the Department of Innovation and Equity. We were told the reason that it was being postponed is there's currently a district realignment. I think we all know what that means. More budget cuts. So I am definitely against signing this contract, and we know that the money can be better spent investing in our children that need the most in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Tallulah Brand, Melissa Pagandi, Michelle Posey.
Hi, my name's Tallulah Brand. I'm a middle school student. And before I start, I do want to ask the audience a question and the school board a question. What has the new school board done other than help Moms for Liberty? And next, I do want to talk about the Real Women Aren't Men shirt that Ms. Ziegler has worn. She said that she supported LGBTQ plus community. I don't think she does. And now moving on to something else. My school enforces anti-bullying policy, and Ms. Ziegler, I think you might need to set a good example with that. And the Vermilion law, or not law, the Vermilion, they've only existed for 3 months. And the listed resident agent, Jordan Adams, it was reviewing the math textbooks for prohibited topics, including CRT, which one of the speakers said earlier, I guess 2 + 2 = critical race theory. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Picondi, Michelle Posey, Greg Isaacs.
Board members, before I start, I just want to make sure, Mr. Edwards, that you're going to be able to handle hearing public comment today, a key duty of your job. Last school board meeting, you walked out of the meeting because you didn't like hearing the truth from the public. You are indeed the biggest cheerleader for bringing mental health into the schools. Just maybe you should get yourself checked out. If you cannot handle being held accountable as an elected official, then maybe you should step down. When I come into the boardroom as... Can I have my time, please? Can I restart my time?
Go ahead. Please, members, please let every single person speak just as everyone else did the same for you. Thank you.
Thanks. When I come into the boardroom as a public citizen, I am searched for weapons. Yet Mr. Edwards, as a board member, does not have to be searched. We saw at the last board meeting that Mr. Edwards is displaying erratic behavior and appears to be unhinged. What is this school board going to do to properly protect community members from a board member like Edwards if he doesn't like what we have to say? Mr. Edwards goes into our classrooms, reads to our young children, makes policies for our most vulnerable, but doesn't even have to have a background check. Talk about a two-tiered system of justice. Also, Mr. Dugan, the public would like to know, did we ever get an answer about the legality of Tom Edwards posting student pictures on Facebook without parental consent? Is using children as political pawns really covered in general media release? Also, will Tom be paid for the time he was derelict in his duty last board meeting? Will he be formally charged for disrupting a public meeting? You know, the real reason why Mr. Edwards had a full-blown temper tantrum last board meeting is because his woke agenda is being exposed. By deductive reasoning, we can assume Mr. Edwards thinks kindergarten teachers should talk about gender identity and sexual orientation to their students. He probably also thinks elementary students should be able to choose their genders and that parents should have no say whatsoever in transitioning decisions. Mr. Edwards probably doesn't want you to realize that gender dysphoria was once classified as a mental illness and until paid political activists lobbied to have it changed and normalized. These children are hurting and confused, and it is not loving to perpetuate and affirm a lie. Anyways, I digress. I want to speak to the adult members on this board. Thank you for choosing Vermilion to investigate the strategic plan. I would also ask the school board to have Vermilion look into and report on 3 additional items and bring them up to date with current legislation. First, the current gender guidelines, which are back up online. Second, the cumbersome and expensive book challenge policy. And third, nonprofits such as Embracing Our Differences, who are given direct access to our children and allowed to implement their woke agendas into our classrooms. Currently, there is a pro-LGBTQ and trans Embracing Our Differences banner hanging in the breezeway at Riverview. Is this consistent with what our district wants to promote in our schools? We citizens, again, reject this woke agenda being implemented and normalized in our schools under the guise of student artwork. Again, we are excited to have a consultant from Vermilion Education who believes in the Constitution, American exceptionalism, and is focused on kids' reading outcomes instead of teaching and supporting woke political ideologies.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess because you guys cannot behave. I thought we were doing so great. We'll call this meeting back to order. And I have Greg Isaacs and then Debbie Azell.
Madam Chair, can I finish my 30 seconds since I was interrupted?
Fine, very quickly.
Okay, thank
I
you.
didn't realize your 30 seconds weren't done.
Again, we are excited to have a consultant from Vermilion Education.
Quiet, please.
That believes in the
Or you can
Constitution,
leave.
American exceptionalism, and is focused on kids' reading outcomes instead of teaching and supporting woke political ideologies like Edwards and the former board majority. Elections have consequences, just like when Jane, Shirley, and Tom bulldozed over the minority for the last decade. And I really find it kind of comical that Shirley is talking about degrees when she's herself a high school dropout.
Thank you. Greg Isaacs and Debbie Azell.
Hi, my name's Greg Isaacs. My son is a student in Sarasota. As a parent and a citizen, I would just like to point out the hypocrisy that we see of the board. There's constant discussion about academic excellence and transparency, Christian values, and we don't see any of that. Vermilion, there's no transparency there whatsoever. It's virtually a non-existent company. There's no background, there's no information. The contract, there's no transparency in the contract. There's no cost, there's no anything. Vermilion is just another name for Hillsdale, which is supposedly a Christian values, but there's no Christian values in hate and fear. And that's all they spread is hate and fear. CRT is the boogeyman. It's this awful thing that doesn't even exist in our schools. And we're fighting against it constantly. And it's just a distraction. And we're funneling money to other programs, to hiring companies. Instead of putting money into education, we're eliminating preschool programs. Where is the academic excellence in that? Where is the board in that? We're constantly funneling money away from the education of our kids and into paying for superintendents that we fired. We're paying for these consultants that don't really do anything. It's just funneling money out of the school system. So I would hope that you do what you talk about, which is academic excellence and encouraging the education. I would hope that you would be transparent in why are we hiring somebody? Where did this contract come from? What are we paying for? And Christian values or whatever religion you have, it's about love of fellow man. It's about humanity. There's no hate with any religion, any God that you can believe in. There's no hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Azell and then Michelle Posey.
I was hoping to wish you good afternoon, but good evening, Board. Tough crowd tonight. But I want to remind everybody that's up here that in August, we voted. The majority of Sarasota County voted. And guess who's sitting on that board right now? Ms. Marinelli, Ms. Ziegler, and Mr. Enos. And we have entrusted you, our public education, to this board to move forward with what the majority of Sarasota County residents have voted for. So people that have been speaking here tonight, I don't think they even realize that those were the same people that would pull over their cars when my daughter and I were out campaigning for Zem and yell racial slurs at us. I was called a Nazi, I can't even tell you how many times. And also, I was called a Proud Boy. I don't even know any Proud Boys. I was threatened with DCF, calling DCF on me to take my child away for campaigning with me, because all of a sudden, having a disabled child I was hurting her, I was harming her. So they were using, instead of diversity, inclusion, and equity, they don't mean for everybody. They only mean for whom they choose. So I really think that we need to take a really good look inside of each other and see what's happening, because I'm hearing, oh, love, not hate, but yet I experience so much of it every Sunday morning when I was standing at a different church with my Zem signs and my parent right signs and my special needs child. I found it appalling, some of the behaviors, and some of those behaviors came from people in this room specifically. I really came here to ask one simple question, though. I wrote an email to Mrs. Cantalupa on March 24th, and I asked for the American Rescue Plan and the funds and where it is, because you have a draft online on on your district website. But I would like to see the actual plan. And then I was told that I'd have to file a Freedom of Information Act request. And I don't understand, if it's public knowledge, we should have those funds. Those should be given to the parents, and it should be put on the website for everybody to see. It should be transparent. So I do agree with that. But again, just remember who voted in August and who won in August. Thank you. And good night.
Thank you. Michelle Posey, Carol Lerner.
Sorry, I had to put my Moms for Liberty cup down. My name's Michelle Posey. I help fund public schools. That's why I'm here as a taxpayer. I see the turmoil and lies being spread here today, and I implore you, board members, keep going. I want to remind you that Easter is just right around the corner, and Friday looked pretty bleak in the crucifixion of Jesus. But behold, Sunday appeared totally different. I tell you, don't get downtrodden by what looks like a Friday right here. Resurrection Sunday is just around the corner. To the board member who represents my district, Mr. Tom Edwards, you mentioned that you did not have a job description for school board members. I want to point you to Florida Statute 1001.42, which speaks specifically to powers and duties of district school board members. What you won't find in that statute is forming coalitions to work strategically from the inside in violation of state sunshine laws, which you've openly admitted to doing, or strapping masks to kids' faces that aren't yours in an illegal mask mandate, which you and Shirley Brown, in attendance here, both did. So school safety, you've said, is now a top priority for you. I think that's something we can maybe agree on. So since you're pivoting from pointing fingers at parents as a threat, which, by the way, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission reported no shooters have ever been parents and alludes to more parent involvement on campus as a need for hardening our schools. But let's look at what we can do. I'm going to give you 3 things that you can leave this meeting, Mr. Edwards, and do diligently as your seat allows you to. You can move. You have the authority to move the needle on these measures. Number 1, make sure that all bathroom doors in our schools are not locked or padlocked. This has been reported as happening in our high schools. It led to Meadow Pollock being trapped in Parkland on the 3rd floor with no place to hide. This is referenced on page 49 of the commission report, so maybe that's something you can follow up on. Page 265 in the commission report is very clear on this. Institute the reporting platform Fortify Florida on all student-issued computer devices. Educate students and teachers about this platform. It's an anonymous reporting platform. Promote and advertise it in our schools and on campuses. And number 3, start, grow, and expand the use of the Guardian program in our district. It was founded in 2018 through the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act, and it was already funded by our state legislature. They said the best way to ensure our schools are hardened is to put highly trained personnel who are armed as a guardian. They named it the Coach Aaron Feist program. Instead of belly aching about concealed carry, maybe read House Bill 543. It gives you a blueprint on how to harden our schools and reads verbatim from the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission report. They've already funded this at $42 billion. Real steps, real solutions, not hyped up Facebook posts that place our schools at greater risk. I look forward to hearing the progress you make in hardening our schools in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Lerner, and then Kate. Kate. Kate Kitty? I don't know. I can't read it. It's been a long day. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Carol Lerner. I'm a leader of Support Our Schools. I was going to talk a lot about Vermillion, but I think almost everything has been said. I've been sitting here listening to this meeting, wondering, why is this meeting so different? Why did hundreds of people come out tonight? And in part, I think it is Vermillion. In part, I think it's the hate that has not been stopped here. I think those two factors have really changed things. I mean, I feel very different tonight. Like most people in Sarasota, and I'm talking about the majority of people, people have been very distressed, depressed about what's going on. I know so many people who have moved out of Sarasota because of this. I know so many families with young children who said, I don't want my children to experience the hate that's going on. And they've already left. But so the question I had is, though, like, why did this happen today? It's been building. There have been other meetings that have been large. So certainly when Dr. Asplin was fired, that brought out a lot of people. But today seems very different to me. It's one of these tipping points that I think often happen in history on big issues. Now, I'm not comparing what's happening in Sarasota to such things as the American Revolution, but there are some lessons from history that show certain things make people think differently, make people act differently. And I see that tonight. I know myself, I've been an education advocate for a long time here. I've lived almost 8 years, and for 7 years, I know Rana and I founded the group everyone called POPS, Protect Our Public Schools. We had a hard time getting people to board meetings. We had a hard time, we wanted to work with parents, but we couldn't find any parents that were interested. That's when I actually got active with Support Our Schools, because I realized the mask mandate, another kind of tipping point, brought people out. And I met parents that were like-minded, and they understood the threats of privatization, and they came out. So I'm actually leaving this meeting feeling proud of the residents here, feeling very inspired by what's going on. And I think this is a start of something really big in Sarasota, so let's continue it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate, I'm sorry, it starts with a K. The last name's a K, so it's Kate something, K. And then Nancy DeForge, Elizabeth Bornstein.
That's a long walk.
That's okay, take your time.
I guess Kay isn't here.
Are you
Well,
Nancy?
I'm Nancy DeForge. Good evening, and thank you for staying to the bitter end and letting all of us have our democratic right of speaking out our opinions. Thank you. I'm from Nokomis. I'm a retired teacher. I was born before Hitler invaded Poland, and I've seen many movements come and go. Communism, socialism, fascism, and now a new movement that is taking over Tallahassee. The Vermillion request is a smokescreen in the disguise of conducting a district improvement study. This is not necessary for an A school district system that we now have, thanks to the previous superintendent. Shakespeare once said, "There is something rotten in Denmark." Well, I smell something in this firm that is influenced by a narrow Christian nationalistic ideology. Taxpayers' money can be better spent for all students and the support of teachers. So do your best and listen and think about what we all have said tonight. And thank you.
Thank you. And then we finally, Elizabeth Bornstein, and that'll be the final speaker.
Greetings, school board members, interim superintendent, board attorney. My name is Elizabeth Bornstein. I'm here as a parent of an elementary school student in the district. I'm a taxpayer of 20-plus years, and I'm here, almost couldn't get here again because of the 3 p.m. meeting. I was tied up with work and then a family emergency, but I was not going to miss this meeting. I'm here in support of public education and the psychological well-being of our students, our teachers, our staff, and administration, as well as all of the taxpayers and all of our Sarasota community. Things have gotten exponentially worse here since the last month. We are really on a runaway school bus. The hostile, bigoted, homophobic, transphobic behavior of your Zem followers at the March meetings and ongoing, you're condoning it, the slandering of Mr. Edwards, it's horrifying. It's just horrifying, and it's exhausting. Madam Chair, I must point out, like your recent tweet, or was it a white t-shirt contest, real women aren't men. What? What are we doing? Real school board members don't act like oppositional, defiant children. I cannot believe your fellow board members, school counselor, security, why are we condoning this grandstanding, this just grandstanding behavior? Sarasota County schools absolutely have a problem, and we need to get rid of this hatred and verbal abuse and grandstanding all over social media. Once again, just smoke and mirrors. Games of disruption and disorder you insist on playing. You continue to dismantle, diminish, decimate safety in our schools, books, academics, curriculum, VPK, SEL, superintendent hiring process and criteria, not to mention not planning for the incredible financial drain ahead because of the voucher program. And to top it off, an inexperienced and controversial Vermilion education, AKA Hillsdale, that's unacceptable and deceitful. It's just deceitful. And your modus operandi is to do this, keeping us all in the dark while you are so far out of the sunshine. I am afraid for the children, their learning, their growth, development, and their mental health, as well as my own child's. So, as the joyful voices of the SMS 8th graders so beautifully sang earlier here tonight, listening to the sound of our voices give us hope. Our voices are calling. And Madam Chair, to use your words verbatim, we'll be fighting to protect the kids, the quality of education for every student, and the rights of every parent to raise their children in accordance to their own beliefs. We won't stand for this, and we won't back down. We must root out the ideological rot. We need a real leader.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Moving on to any additions or corrections. Yes.
Just a revision to the agenda. The addendum was added to item 7, the instructional and classified personnel report.
I'm sorry, Dr. Foster. Mr. Edwards had a comment. I didn't see it. Mr. Edwards, go ahead.
Yes, I'm responding to public comments as per.
Yep, go ahead. You have the floor.
First, unlike what I've heard from my school board peers, I'd like to apologize to Mrs. Azell for having to be the brunt of hate. No one should have to hear that. No one should be it's unnecessary, and I'd like to apologize on behalf of the community. But I do have a prepared statement. I left the last school board meeting in protest of 2 things. The first was in protest of hate speech that is harmful to students, staff, and our community at large. The second was in protest of the chair's lack of duty protecting our students, staff, community from harm caused by such deliberate hate speech. I do, however, want to encourage our citizens to continue to petition their government with public comments that offer feedback, both in the form of praise and constructive criticism. But the public should know there are legal guardrails that can be utilized to protect individuals and the community from harmful hate speech. Finally, I am grateful for the overwhelming support shown by our community acknowledging that hate has no place in Sarasota. I can assure our community that due to the outpouring of support, we stand for good governance, tolerance, diversity, and civil discourse.
Thank you. Moving on, Dr. Foster, additions and corrections.
An addendum was added to item number 7, the instructional and classified personnel report.
And I will be, without objection, be moving item number 17 to the next board meeting on April 18th under new business. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval of the consent agenda as amended.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Are there any comments? Seeing none, members vote. Oh, you want to do a voice vote if it's not up? We'll do a voice vote. Mrs. Marinelli?
Yes.
Mrs. Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Enos?
Yes.
Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
And the chair votes aye, and the motion to approve the consent agenda as amended passes unanimously. There are no additional items on the agenda. Are there any additional comments? Seeing none, we will reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. for a special executive session. Sorry, I don't have my notes here. And then our next board work session is scheduled for Tuesday, April 18th, time to be determined, and then followed by a board meeting at 6 p.m. Is there a question? You're looking? Okay, good. By all means. Did you want to say anything? I don't know. Go ahead. You have the floor, Dr. Foster.
I just wanted to mention something. I know a lot has come up about pre-K, and we had some extensive conversations regarding the pre-K program. First of all, I want to share that the ESC pre-K program is not only continuing but expanding. And the ESC pre-K program, we do receive funds from the state for that program. The non-ESC pre-K program was something that was started with ESSER funds. We started to do the sustainability of that program. The cost of the program comes in around $16,000 per student. To put it in comparison, we spent approximately, or last year, our average cost for students in kindergarten through 3rd grade was $10,805. So we had a difference of approximately $6,000 or so that we were spending on pre-K, and we did not receive any funding in order to offer that program. So that is, where we started to have some conversations and looking at our needs at the elementary level, which we have significant needs. I spent most of my time at the elementary level, and currently we were staffing our certified counselors ratio at 749 students to 1 counselor. So when we started looking at some of these services that we wanted to provide, additional counseling services, intervention support, tutoring support, and some of these other things, we were taking dollars from our kindergarten through 12 that we were receiving from the state and putting them in a pre-K program. We definitely understand the importance of pre-K. We have it coming up on an agenda where we will discuss pre-K. I think it's important, though, for us to look and work with community partners to provide that service. So that's where we're going to continue to explore how we can make that happen without taking dollars away from our kindergarten through 12th grade students in order to provide those services. There's the VPK program. We were not utilizing VPK. The program that was put into place using the ESSER dollars was a pre-K fully funded through ESSER with the idea that it would transfer over to the referendum, but that had not been supported yet as far as if that was going to transition over. So just wanted to share, because I think there, maybe some information as far as the rationale behind it and some of the numbers, but there's been a lot in with the numbers, and our thought process is to make sure that once students enter kindergarten that they are getting all of those services that we as a district want to provide to our students in kindergarten through 12, and then continuing to work with providers and outside agencies to make sure that we're providing the services for students. And I would say I would want to expand it not only to pre-K. I think in our community we need to look at birth through pre-K. I think it starts even before age 4, but it's really looking beyond, our dollars as far as how do we provide those services within the community.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards.
again, I don't quite know where to go with this, so I'm going to ask the question, is this going to be an agenda item to be discussed so that we can perhaps come up with collaborative ideas and suggestions from fellow board members? Because I certainly don't want to, I know Mrs. Marinelli and I share the same quest of having, counseling service expand. We're all on that page, but at the same time, I think that it should have community input. It should have a discussion at the board level. And honestly, these were the kinds of things that I tried to avoid when I said that during the interim time period, that this kind of restructuring and this kind of realignment and these kinds of terminations by an interim is not where I'm comfortable, and I tried to express that. So I don't know if if I'm allowed to ask for it to be an agenda item. I don't know if it's member comments. I'm looking for guidance.
So I have added it to the April 18th board workshop.
Thank you. Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have if I may, I have a few comments that I'd like to make after, 3 hours of public comment, which I value very much. But I felt and feel such hatred coming from this room. And it's been directed at the board. And many people have mentioned Christian values. This board has never mentioned Christian values. But I can say one thing: do not bear false witness against thy neighbor. And there have been so many threats of violence, half-truths, and outright fabrications that have been going on in this 3 hours. Our district is not seeing a drop in enrollment. We are growing. And I think my high school lit teacher would be very happy that I'm using a classical quote from Shakespeare, which somebody else mentioned, from Hamlet. The lady doth protest too much. So, to express an opinion or fact so strongly or so often that people start to doubt that you are telling the truth. And that has certainly been going on a lot tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. I just do want to add, I know it's been a long night, and I do also appreciate all of the variety of public comment. I am concerned about the level of inaccurate information, so one being particularly around the pre-K, so I'm looking forward to having that information be brought forward so that we can clear that up. I certainly think that an email goes out and it's like the game of telephone. Perhaps it just gets forwarded too many times and gets manipulated inadvertently. But I will echo what Mrs. Marinelli said. I think I actually jotted down just because I know that there's a lot of concern about the kind of rhetoric that's out there, and I understand and I share that. I also think it's important to call and highlight that there's a lot of responsibility to go around, and in particularly in light of a shooting that took place at a Christian school, I think all of us should be cautious of our language all around. I don't think one is better than the other, but to see and hear over and over again Christian right-wing nationalists, I think I have it down 21 times, and you have people calling, inferring Nazis and calling Moms for Liberty a hate group. I think that the rhetoric, again, doesn't get us anywhere. And it does amp up frustrations as things get pushed down people's throats on all sides. I'll say that as a board member, I believe in respecting and celebrating the diverse community that we have. But I say it over and over again, but I also respect the diverse community that we serve in this district, and it's important to balance that out. So a lot of the information today that was cited was grossly inaccurate, but and I know I have faith that it will illustrate itself in the long run. So This is not the time for Q&A. Thank you. So, and your shirt there is 100%. The one that I wore is 1,000% true. I will stand behind it all day long because I'm dealing with lots of young athletes that are really upset about what's happening to them as young women. I'm sorry, if I'm going to warn you once and then you will have to excuse you. But I really, again, the behavior and way that we sit and watch and listen to people speak, yet they cannot control themselves if there's someone that has a varying different opinion. So I just think we need to underscore and illustrate and look at the way people are acting. It's not all about what they say, but how they behave like very respectable adults, as is full display today. So I look forward to our continued on working on our civility as a community. We reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. This meeting's adjourned.